Oh, just in time. It's 7:01. Let me allow him to enter the room. And we'll start with public hearings. You know, you'd think with the cold weather, more people would have less to do, and a city council meeting on a Tuesday night would be the catch me out in terms of things to do. I'm sure everybody's just watching through the Cortland voice.
That's right. What I hear, we're a big draw on the Cortland voice.
Woo! Well, the only thing worse than being talked about is not being talked about. Am I right? What's that, May West? We have a couple of public hearings to start off the evening. And our first one, we will open the public hearing. This is our second public hearing for the City of Cortland fiscal year 2019, which means we received this a couple of years ago. Community Development Block Grant to assist low to moderate income properties with the cost of the installation of new water and sewer laterals to be held during the administration of the program as required under CDBG guidelines. So the public hearing is officially open. Is there anybody present to speak to this? And anybody who is interested in speaking can raise their hand virtually. There's those little icons that you can hit. I believe right now I do have everybody on the same screen, so you can actually raise your hand or put your name in the chat. Oh. I'd like to welcome Jackie Chapman. Jackie, hope you're well. 1, 2, so Sam, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 7 of our 8 council members present. Second call. The CDBG block grant from 2019 to assist low to mod income properties with the cost of installation of new water and sewer laterals to be held during the administration of the program. This is consistent with the requirements of the program. So for people who do not know, a water lateral, it's the pipe that goes from the main line, typically down the center of the street, maybe to the side. The lateral connects that line to a property. And in the city of Cortland, the city is responsible for the main line, and the homeowner, the property owner, is responsible for the lateral that runs laterally to the house. So third and final call. Is there anybody present that would like to speak?
Brian, if you want to mention that we have a handout, if anybody's interested, they can contact us and I'll email it to them.
Wonderful. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a handout, and it is maintained at Toma Development on Tompkins Street. And if anybody would like a copy, they are more than welcome to contact either Toma's offices directly. Linda Armstrong would be the contact person, or you are welcome to reach out to the mayor's office and we can coordinate getting you a copy of it as well. There are limitations. So when we talk low mod, there are limitations in household size. Household of 1, the maximum income is $40,000 and some dollars. Household of 2 people, maximum income is $46,200. If it's 3 people, maximum of $52,000. It goes all the way up to a household of 8, where the maximum income, gross annual income that is $76,250. So having nobody present to speak to this, we will call the first public hearing officially closed. It's a heck of a gavel I've got. And we will open our second public hearing, and this is on the City of Cortland General Fund for 2022. Public hearing is officially open. Is there anybody present that would like to speak regarding the city's general fund budget for 2022? And again, you can be acknowledged by raising your hand virtually. That's the icon. You can raise your hand and wave at me, or you can put your name into the chat. So as a review regarding the budget and the budget process, I'll give a little bit more time. I like to wait for at least a minute for each public hearing. We had two different workshops. The workshops were discussed and advertised at city council meetings, two different council meetings. We have had, this is our second public hearing to solicit for feedback from the public. At the workshops, there were no decisions that were made. There was discussion, presentations from some department heads, and then also questions asked of department heads by council. And tonight would be an opportunity for people to ask questions, or to, excuse me, not so much to ask questions, but to make statements, comments regarding their opinion on the proposed budget, which can be found on the city website. Second call, anybody want to talk about the 2022 proposed City of Cortland General Fund budget? And last call, is anybody present that would like to talk, share their thoughts regarding the 2022 City of Cortland General Fund budget? Hearing none, seeing none, budget is, or budget hearing, public hearing for the general fund budget is officially closed. Katie Silliman, I got your message and I am inquiring for a correction. And then the next public hearing is on the water fund for 2022. The city has three funds: the general fund, the water fund, which covers water getting to properties, and then the wastewater fund. This public hearing is officially open. Are there any comments regarding the water fund budget for 2022? Hearing none, seeing none, second call. Anybody would like to make comments regarding the City of Cortland public budget water fund for 2022? And last call, is anybody present that would like to speak on the general, excuse me, the water budget for next year, the proposed water budget? Hearing none, seeing none, budget hearing is officially closed. We will go to our fourth and final hearing for the evening. And this is on the wastewater fund for the City of Cortland for 2022. Public hearing is officially open. Is there anybody present that would like to speak regarding the City of Cortland wastewater budget for 2022? Second call, anybody present? And third and final call, is there anybody present to speak regarding the wastewater fund for 2022? Hearing none, seeing none, we will call the public hearing officially closed. And with that, in order to officially call the meeting to order, I'd like to ask everybody who is able to please rise. I'm going to mute everybody first, but please, by all means, join in as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. the right height. And now the opportunity for public comments. People have the opportunity to address the council topics or issues of concern. And we ask that comments are limited to 3 minutes in length. They are addressed to the council as a whole, and that they are respectful and deal with issues or topics that the city does have the opportunity to influence or have an impact on. Is there anybody present that would like to speak during the public comments? And you have 3 options. You can raise your hand virtually. You can raise your hand on the screen, give me a wave, or please put your name into the chat. I'm gonna give you a minute. And not seeing anybody. So we'll call the public comments period closed, and we'll move on to ward reports, starting with the 2nd ward. Katie Silman, when you're ready, please unmute.
Good evening, everybody. I hope you had a nice holiday and are looking forward to another good one coming up in December. The 2nd ward has gotten quieter as it's gotten colder. However, with the weather ebbing and flowing between 50 degrees and 20 degrees, that could change. We really appreciate the police department's attempts to rein in some of the craziness that can occur around our neighbors' housing. One such thing was about a month ago during Cortica. There were obscene sheets hung up on several houses on Groton Ave, Pleasant Street, Clayton Ave, Lincoln Ave, Maple Ave, Orchard, Monroe Heights, and Stevenson throughout my ward. And they made it unpleasant to walk around. They made it uncomfortable for people to drive past with their kids in the back seat. They were profane in a variety of ways. There were some unprofane ones that were funny. But we want to remind people that ours is a family-oriented community, and our neighborhoods are also family-oriented. I found it interesting that the Cortland Standard printed an article that seemed to question, is it obscene if people don't complain about it, if people don't call it obscene? I think people are getting tired of complaining and are getting resigned to some of the filth in the community, like all of the trash on the ground. And I think we need to turn it around. So while the Cortland Standard couldn't print a letter to the editor that referenced the words in the sheets using asterisks, they said theirs is a family paper. I wanted to say ours is a family neighborhood. So we need to work on town-gown relations. And if the college is going to house roughly half of their population, student population, or 2,500 kids in the community, then they can't rely on our police force to provide oversight of those students. They have to be more engaged with their off-campus students. For instance, complaints had to be made to college officials, and then they referred to our police force to go around and talk to kids and try and get the sheets down. As we all know on council, our police force is short several people right now, and they have better things to do. I think college officials should have been out driving around in the neighborhoods and checking on things during Cortica, and I urge them to do so in the future. I think Mr. Pierce and Mr. Bitterbaum should be out driving around our community and seeing what the college kids get up to and holding them accountable. That's not Cortland Police job. So I've had about a month to cool down since this all happened. And I'm looking forward to happy holidays. I hope our students finish up the semester strong and that they also go home and get rested and are ready to charge into spring and finish up the year on a better note. And I hope that we can work on town gown relations. That's my hope for the new year.
Very good. Thank you, Katie. Third Ward, Mr. Tyler.
Well, I have several things, Mayor. The first thing is that the people in the third ward agree with everything my colleague from the second ward just said in terms of improving town gown relations and maybe, reminding people that we are a family-friendly community and how about picking up after ourselves a little bit more? So the people in the third ward would agree with that. So I don't have anything more to say on that. That would be any better than what she just said. I have some requests for the next agenda in December. I was hoping that we could, first of all, put on the agenda to officially change the name of Courthouse Park to Cortland Memorial Park. Since that's already on that wall, there is a memorial in the middle of that park, the World War I memorial, as well as all the others. I think it makes sense to just call it Cortland Memorial Park. So I'd like to have that on the agenda. I don't know what the process is, but hopefully we can make that change. Oh, Mr. McNerney has his hand up. Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Bruce. There is a policy that we adopted about, I think, 7 or 8 years ago at city parks. Whenever we have a naming facility, we like the proposal to go through the Recreation and Parks Commission or Advisory Board. And I think there should be some more discussion about that. Because it's a big change. Courthouse Park's the oldest park in the city. And it's one of the unique features to Courthouse itself, which was built back in 1924. It's one of the few courthouses in the country that main entrance into the park. So I think we got to have some discussion about that. And I also have some data in regards to Veterans Memorial Park and when that was dedicated in 1988. Or it was planned in 1988 and dedicated in 1992. And part of that memorial park is on county land and also city land. So I think there just has to be some further discussion. Not that I'm against it, but I think we should have some discussion to make sure we're all on the same page.
I'm glad you brought that up. I would ask that you put that on the agenda for the next recreation committee commissions, and they can talk about it. And one of the things that I'm in favor of making this change is because it now says Cortland Memorial Park on the wall, and it's going to be very confusing, I think, to people. That's Memorial Park, and then the other part is it would make sense just to make the whole. For me, it makes sense to make the whole thing the Memorial Park, and there is a World War I memorial in the middle of that park too. So that's not like all the memorials are over there. So I would hope they would take that into consideration when they're making this discussion. But I yield to the process, John. That's fine. If you could have those folks talk about that next time. Do you know when they meet again? I don't off the top of my head.
We meet a week from today, so December 14th is our next board meeting, and I can certainly add that to the agenda if you'd like to come to that and talk.
Okay. The 14th.
Correct.
Where do you guys meet?
At the Cortland
At the
Youth
Youth
Bureau
Bureau?
office at 35 Port Watson,
Youth Bureau. 7 o'clock.
4:30 p.m.
4:30. Better yet. Okay. And that leads me to the segue. The next thing, Mayor, is there any movement, any information you have in terms of looking to repair the World War I monument in the middle of the park? Have you heard anything? What's the update on that? I hate to see that thing crumble.
Right. So Norm Stitzel, who led the charge with regard to the other monuments, has that on his radar as well. And he has had conversations with people in multiple communities about different types of monuments, and be more than happy to connect with him again. He, I believe, did a tremendous job over there, and with council's indulgence, I think we should allow him to continue to lead the charge.
Sure, I'm in favor of that. I will see if I can contact him myself, but you know, I just would, I mean, I'm done here in a month, and I'd hate to see that just sort of getting forgotten. And it's an important monument as well. It says at the very top, lest we forget. I want to remind people that. So the last thing I want to ask about is if we could get on the agenda in December. We have tabled all the zoning changes until this meeting, but I see they're not on the agenda. So I would like to get on the agenda in next December's meeting, specifically the zoning change regarding, I think it's the GI district, so we can get solar panels over in the Rosen site. We talked about that a year ago. I think that's a slam dunk. It makes so much sense to do that. And the zoning change is what I was told today is what's holding that up. I don't think there's any reason why we wouldn't make that zoning change. And, you know, it was on the agenda last time. We started discussing so many other things. The whole thing got tabled and it didn't get brought back. So if we could put that on December's agenda so we can discuss that, I'd appreciate it.
Understood.
And that's it. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Very good. And then the 4th Ward, John Bennett.
All very quiet in the 4th.
5th Ward, Jackie Chapman. Jackie, you're muted. You need to please unmute first.
There we go, sorry.
Now we can hear you.
Good evening. We've had a lot of big wins lately, and that just causes things to blow around throughout the neighborhoods. So I'm just going to ask people to get out and pick up some of the things that have rolled down the street. The 5th Ward, there's a lot of homes and apartments and buildings that have lovely holiday decor, and it's really creating a feeling of festivity. I thank everyone for that, and just makes the holidays more joyous and more happy. That's it for the 5th Ward.
Very good. And from the 6th Ward, Billy Carpenter.
All quiet on the 6th. I just want to say Clinton Ave project, the Gateway project is beautiful. What a nice road. I go to Cornell in the morning, and it's really a nice job that, you know, Brian and Mac have done a great job on that. And I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, I was not out there with a shovel, not once. So
But it's a
all
great-
credit goes to everybody else.
Really looks nice.
Very good. 7th Ward, Troy Beckwith.
All quiet in the 7th, thank you.
8th Ward, Tom Michaels.
Hey, just a short list this time, actually just 2. Still have the repeat storm drain concerns and call. I responded to another call tonight regarding the same individual. I'm gonna reach out to Nick again to get his input on a few things. Other item was we had a bicycle that was stolen from my neighbor's house here just a few nights ago. And his conversation with me indicated that he thought it was stolen during daylight hours. I'm not quite sure exactly what he filed with the police department at this point, but believe me, there's individuals out there, and if they're doing this during the daylight hours, we need to be vigilant regarding those that are home during the day. Keep an eye on your neighbors' houses, and I'm sure they would do the same for you. And that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom, and that leads me to the mayor's report. And I'd like to thank Public Works and their crew for getting the holiday decorations hung up down on Main Street, and the snowflake and the lights that go across Main Street and also across Court Street, and also the work done to make sure that our tree down here at City Hall would be able to be lit. And we did have a very cool, a very brisk tree lighting ceremony last Saturday. And it was a little bit smaller in terms of attendance than 2 years ago. And council, if you remember last year, we did a drive-in for the tree lighting. But I'll tell you, as much fun as I had last year, it was nice to be back down here at City Hall, seeing our neighbors, watching Santa come up. And I don't know who he knows in the fire department, but Santa Claus was able to hitch a ride in one of the fire trucks and came by and he waved. We sang some carols, some candy canes were handed out, and it definitely got me into the holiday spirits. It was a wonderful evening, I think, for everybody who attended. A little chilly, but wonderful. And on top of that, echo Bill's sentiments in terms of Clinton Avenue, all the way up to the railroad tracks. Reminder that there's been some work done from the railroad tracks to Main Street to keep it smooth for the winter months. However, that work needs to be underway next year. So that will complete the Clinton Avenue work, which has really been a very sizable project. And hats off to Nick and his people in terms of working with the contractors. I know that there's still a couple of things that have to be finished up, but as Bill said, being able to drive down, that's wonderful. Same thing over on Owego, the south side of town, and the drainage issues that we've experienced, that the neighbors have experienced down there. Better stormwater. We know it was really tough to deal with, but is in much better shape. And for those who have taken to driving down Delaware, there's been some issues in terms of some work happening down there. Nick and I have spoken about this a couple of times. It has not been city work. It's utility, NICEAG, that was doing some work, made it a little bit more challenging, in particular for parents going to and coming from Berry School, but the work definitely was necessary. And in terms of utilities, we can't always tell them when and when not to, but we try to partner and make sure that we are sharing the information whenever possible. And one more reminder, started off talking about the tree lighting ceremony, and I believe it is this Friday evening, Friday and Saturday, excuse me. We've got one of our local business owners from Fat Jack's, Lori Terrell, who is helping to organize a little bit of a celebration down on Main Street. So we encourage everybody, make your way down. I believe it's 7 o'clock on Friday evening. And then just to make sure I put it in my calendar, let me check here. Again on Saturday. And the purpose is to help spread some holiday cheer. So there will be trees outside of several businesses decorated. And Holiday on Main starts at 7 on Friday, and I believe it's 10 until 2 on Saturday. So trees will be decorated by some of the businesses put out. People have the opportunity to vote. And they also have some crafters, some other things happening up on North Main, what used to be Family Video. I think that's the best way to identify it for people. Just past St. Mary's and near the 7-Eleven. So a lot going on this Friday, Saturday in terms of giving people the opportunity to get out. And not completed your holiday shopping, hey, stick your head into some of the stores, some of the shops down on Main Street. There are some clothing and some other things that are being sold, and it's really been some nice additions to the downtown community. Concludes Mayor's report. Council, like your permission at the end of the council meeting for an executive session regarding contractual negotiations. At this point, I do not anticipate action, but want to update and give opportunity for discussion for council in terms of some contractual things, and in particular with the end of the year coming up, want to make sure that you understand where I am in terms of working on some of these topics.
Brian, can we add that there could be possible action?
Okay, there is potential for action.
Thank you.
Very good. Minutes, looking for approval from the minutes of our last council meeting. Oh, shoot, there they are. And this was November 16 of 2021. We'll entertain a motion to consider filing the minutes. Jackie Chapman, second, Bill Carpenter. And are there any issues or concerns with the minutes as they are written? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll say all in favor of approving the minutes as is, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And just a reminder, council, please make sure you have cameras on and microphones on when it is time for the vote. Appreciate you having them off in between. That way we're avoiding some of the potential for background noise, but it's really good to be able to make sure, well, it's legal for us to make sure we can hear everybody.
I'm sorry, Mayor. It seems my connection is unstable. And so I just went to go ask my son to get off of his computer, but he knows a lot more about computers than I do. And he says there's no correlation between my connection being unstable and him being on his. Anyway, that's why I left for a moment.
Very good. And Katie, for the record, we just voted on the minutes and approval, and my assumption is you were in favor. Very good. All right, next up, Troy.
When we get to the agenda, I'd like to make a motion that when we start the agenda, I have something that I want to bring up before we get on to item number 1.
Before number 1.
Yeah.
All right, so we did the minutes, and I don't have anything else on my list. Troy, the floor is yours.
I'd like to make a motion that item 3, 4, 5, 6, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21 get postponed till after the first year. We got 4 new council people coming in. I think it's quite important that they need to be involved in these issues or these agenda items.
All right, so you are asking for 3, 4, 5, 6. Can you go through again?
3, 4, 5, 6, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21.
19, 20, and 21. All right, so am I correct that that is a motion to table agenda items number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21? Do I have the numbers correct, Troy?
Not 7.
Not 7? I get 7 in there. Oh, okay. Maybe I heard 17 and. All right, so very quickly, number 3 is modifying the civil service classification of 2 employees. Number 4 is creating the position of account clerk in the clerk's office. Number 5, lifting the hiring freeze for that position. Number 6, hiring for number 4. Number 17, creation the position of city engineer directing a building codes department. 18, creating a part-time position of CEO with an hourly rate. 19, part-time position of CCT with an hour codes technician, hourly rate of no more than $25 an hour. Number 20, lifting the hiring freeze for the city engineer director. And number 21, permit the hiring of the city engineer director of buildings and codes department. So with council's indulgence, can I give a brief where we are and why we're at where we're at? Or do you want to, well, actually, there's a motion to table. Need to see if there's a second. I don't believe I have the opportunity to weigh in. I think we need an opportunity. Is there a second to table these items? John Bennett?
No.
All right, so.
Mayor, I think you should check with Ray, but I don't think there's any debate on a motion to table. I think you go straight to an up or down vote.
That's why I asked for a second. We have a second. So now we are going to ask if we are going to table this. So, and I'm going to ask, we'll just do broadly, but please do the verbal and give me a wave as well. How many people all in favor of tabling these? Please say aye.
Aye.
That's 4. And opposed?
Nay.
Aye.
1, 2, 3. All right. Well, you want me to tell you what you just did? And I really wish we had had a conversation about this beforehand. So we've got 2 positions that number 3, we're looking at classifying, and in terms of making sure we're covering the work responsibilities. Number 4, 5, and 6, we have been down a position in the clerk's office for, well, months. I've lost track of the amount of time. And the suggestion, and I have consulted with the mayor-elect on this, was to combine the mayor's secretary position with that account clerk position, or excuse me, the administrative aide position, promote it to an account position. And then that would allow there to be 2 people in the mayor's office / clerk's office. And number 17, position of city engineer, director of buildings, codes department. We've had conversations about this. We have a union contract that we have agreed to, that council, you have voted upon and agreed to with the fire union, that is shifting the code office responsibilities to a buildings and codes department. And now we have no opportunity to do anything with that for the next couple of weeks. So,
May I have a question? I think we should check in with Ray again on this. I'm not sure we can table things. I think if you table, it has to be brought up at the next meeting. So I don't know that the motion is actually a valid motion. I think you can only table the next meeting.
we have tabled items
No.
to 2 meetings.
Yeah, you don't have to
Right.
actually have a specific date. You can actually just table it.
Mhm.
But if you do table it to a specific date, at that particular date, you would have to vote on it. And you can check with
So-
you can check with council, but I think I'm correct.
So there was no date on it, just it was pretty nebulous after the first of the year.
Yep, if you want to check with Rick, but I believe I'm correct in that assessment.
You have two choices. You can table it for one meeting, or you can table it for a date certain. So you should attach to that motion, if you want it to be the first meeting in January or second, what date certain you want it to
Yeah.
be, Troy.
Yes, thank you, Rick.
I would like to, I would like to say that I wish we could have tabled each one and had the opportunity to discuss it together, one by one during this meeting.
You don't get to discuss a table.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
no, what I'm saying is if we brought up, I didn't want to, I
Oh,
voted against
I
table.
get what you mean.
I would have liked to
All right.
have talked about number 3, and if we decided to table number 3, then do it.
All right, so Katie, I'm going to do what I think is most prudent and what is legal at this point. I'm going to end discussion because the motion was made to table until after the first of the year. I think the intent of Troy's motion is very clear there, despite the problems that this will cause. And we are not going to deal with this until after the first of the year unless somebody brings it back up at next meeting. And we're going to move on to
Don't-
agenda item number 2. And
Hold on, Mayor. No, Mayor. We have to attach the date to that. So we have to vote on a date to when that's going to be discussed. You can't say some point future. The corporate council just told us either do it at the next meeting or you have a specific date.
So you can pick the first meeting of the year if you wish.
People won't, people will be brand new to council and they won't have a background on this stuff necessarily. And we should have a conversation about it. We should at least discuss these because the new council members, hopefully, I see at least one of them is here, 2 are here. They'll be listening in and they'll be listening to the conversation. And if you want them to be the ones voting on it, fine. But we should be talking about it together.
Unfortunately, I don't believe you can talk about it now, but you can maybe in the next meeting, bring it up as a discussion item. Am I correct on that, Rick?
Yes.
We still have to pick a date and we're going to discuss it. Let's
Yeah.
not forget that.
Second meeting in January. How about that?
Second meeting.
Now, you're saying the second meeting in January, so you're saying the 18th.
I would say the first meeting in January.
I'm just saying Katie's concerned about the new council being informed. That's why I'm just saying the second meeting in January. If they're not informed, that would give them time to get informed. You know what I'm saying? Just listen to what Katie has to say, you know?
So I'm gonna ask, this is a little unusual, but I'm gonna ask for a vote from council. What date you want to table it for, January 4 or January 18? All those in favor of January 4, please raise your hand, please vote.
Oh.
All those in favor of January 18th? Overwhelmingly, January 18, a vote 4-1, and John Bennett, I did not see you vote. So this is tabled till January 18. these items. Very interesting. Hey, let's go on to the first agenda item. I am looking for I'm going to share a screen here.
Oh, come on.
Nope.
Nope.
Hang on. Oh, there it is. I don't know why I had a hard time. All right, and I looked earlier, but I did not see Tricia Jessup here. Is she present? Anybody from county planning? We have the discussion. So the 2020 census results, what it means for redistricting. This is information that was shared with council. We are not going to, I don't feel the need to go through everything page by page. This is not my presentation, but for the public, wanted to make sure that people were aware of the discussion and the potential vote that could come forward at the next council meeting. I have had a couple of meetings in person and then a couple discussions with the county planners, talking about the paid staff, not the county planning board. And what happens is after the 2020 census, redistricting occurs. And at the federal level, they break different portions of the city up into blocks. And then each block can be part of a different census tract or region. So we do have some guidelines, and there are some things that have to be done and some things that cannot be done. So every 10 years, everybody's counted, everybody's supposed to be counted. It's showing a significant decrease in population. They're saying a 5% change. Personal opinion, I don't think that's accurate. I don't think that we have shrunk. I think there was issues in terms of counting of the census during a pandemic, and in particular, people that are not here year round. Update to historic state laws. Districts have to be as nearly equal in population as possible. That's the biggest priority. That's as of this past October. So the previous requirement, they could vary by 10% of the population. It now has to be 5%. And there's some information about different counties. There's information in terms of legislators. So they're talking about legislative districts. That might actually, so some of you may, point of information, 10 years ago, the county went from 19 down to 17 districts. And they're talking about different options that the county will have from 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, or 17. Redistricting rules. So they got to be within 5% of other districts. They got to be close, meaning contiguous, be as compact as is practicable. Trying to be fair in terms of when the lines are drawn to make sure that one party is not favored. In terms of the Voting Rights Act, it is important that fair representation for minority groups is maintained and equal opportunity for racial or language minority groups. So there's some timelines there. Redistricting commission needs to be appointed, and that will happen, says 6 months within or from August. And then there will be decisions made at the county level in terms of what they need to do. Opportunity for questions. So we'll discuss, and then I'd like to present a map. So basically the numbers change where the lines are in terms of the different wards for the city. And then the intention is to make sure that the wards have equal number of registered voters in each ward. Questions, comments? Tom,
Now, do they have a more redefined map regarding the wards boundaries? Besides that, that colored looking one there that keeps popping up?
wait a minute. Where is it? Okay,
Down with
so,
you, Tom.
so I'm not sure I understand what you're asking for.
A more defined map with the streets listed. They're showing the streets and the boundaries.
All right, so I don't have one that does have the streets, but if we're ready, we can share the map that has been proposed. You want to see it?
Yeah, I've seen it already.
All right.
Doesn't do much for me.
What do you mean? But what did you want?
We'd like some street names on there, Mayor.
All right. So the first ward, if you look at the first ward on the east side, well, the north and the west, it is bounded by the city line. And then on the east side, that would be Homer Avenue. That is Madison. And then that's a river. So that would be Dry Creek. Right? The second ward, and this is the biggest change, the second ward, which is where Katie Silliman currently represents, is currently what I would use the term landlocked in the city. It does not extend to the boundaries. The proposal here is a significant change that it would extend the second ward, and I'll talk a little bit more about that all the way up. Second ward would be bounded on the north end by the city line, Homer Avenue, coming down through, that's Madison, correct? And then down to Groton, over and up here. Bruce, are you Stevenson? Is this Stevenson? You got Graham and
I
then
think
Stevenson, right?
so. I think that is Stevenson, but it's hard to tell for sure. Brian, I mean, maybe we could get some streets on this for the next meeting or between now and then.
All
I
right,
don't like to
talk to him.
guess.
No.
Sorry.
Just the one.
Stevenson goes down to Clayton, Clayton down to Maine, and then up to North Main over. And then it runs parallel to, that is Willow. It would include the northwest side of Willow. Please mute yourself.
I'm
And then
trying.
up to the railroad tracks. Thank you, Katie. And then the sixth ward, right, Billy? So this line here is moved. Main Street would be the boundary down to Clinton, Clinton up to the intersection with River. And then this is the Tiafneoga River. That would be the boundary. So 7th Ward, Troy, all this would remain in the 7th Ward. So the river boundary all the way down Clinton to Main Street down to Port Watson. And I need to confirm 2 blocks over is Greenbush up. And then that is Court Street. Court Street would be the dividing line between 7 and 8. That would truck all the way over to Pomeroy up to Central. That's Central, and then that's River, and then back down to Port Watson. So for the 8th Ward, Tom, where Tom currently represents Main Street, the southern end, which is commonly referred to as South Main Street, all the way down to the railroad tracks. Railroad tracks across. Railroad tracks across. And then railroad tracks.
If that's the case, then those boundaries shifted too on the west side.
Yes.
By 1, 2, 3, looks like 4 blocks.
Yes. So then the 5th Ward, we've already covered this boundary up South Main, down Tompkins. Oh gosh, that's Dwayne. Yes, Dwayne Street. Because that's
Squire.
Frank. So Dwayne Street, that would be Frank over there. And then Squires, you are correct. Squires all the way over to Delaware. And then Delaware down to the city line. And the 4th Ward, We just covered that boundary. So coming back up top, you're looking at Prospect Terrace, down through what is New Big Road on the college campus. That's Broadway down to the intersection with Warren. Warren down would split Pearl Street. So the east side of Pearl Street would remain in the 4th Ward. West side would go into the 2nd. And then all along the city line, all along Tompkins down to the city line, the south side would be in the 4th Ward. And then I believe I said the 2nd, I was mistaken, it's the 3rd Ward. 3rd Ward, and the numbers here are the population based upon these lines. So 3rd Ward, Tompkins, Pearl, Warren, Broadway, New Big Road, Prospect, all the way down back to Tompkins, extending all the way, having a touch onto Main Street. And then that is Clayton. So the south side of Clayton would be in the 3rd Ward. And then Stevenson would be the boundary. That would be Graham. Stevenson goes down to Groton all the way over to Woodruff North Madison all the way over to Dry Creek. And then Dry Creek would separate it from the 1st Ward. And then obviously on the west side, that would be the city boundary. And the numbers do keep, I'm going to reduce this slightly. The numbers do keep the percentages within 5% of each other. All right, so this is here if you want me to leave it up, or do you want me to stop sharing?
I have a question.
I'm going to stop sharing so I can see people. Katie.
Does that cut anybody who's been elected out of the ward in which they were elected to represent?
I believe it does not.
Good.
Yeah. So little history. In 2010, I don't know, Tom, if you want to tell the story. So in 2010, when there was a redistricting, the county went from 19 to 17, as I mentioned earlier, in terms of legislators. So by going to 17, that changed where the ward and the county legislative districts were. Previously, I believe they were consistent. So if you lived on a certain street, whomever was your ward representative, your council member, was also would have a partner, or another person would be the county legislator. And anywhere you went in that ward, it would be the same city council member and the same county legislator. When the county went from 19 to 17, unfortunately, they made decisions before there was conversation between the city and the county. And the city, I believe, this was my first year as mayor, having been on council, I was familiar, but when we had the discussion, there was a recommendation from at least one legislator asking that the city change its lines to match up with what the county had done in terms of their changes. And my recollection was that council declined. And, I mentioned Tom, but I believe John Bennett, Katie Silliman, you were both on council at that time as well, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
So feel free to jump in. Is there anything we want to discuss about what happened 10 years ago?
I just remember that they made their changes. We weren't really involved in their discussion. They recommended we make changes. We didn't want to make changes. We liked the idea of the city being represented by as broad a number of people as possible. We liked the idea of more representation rather than less. So we left it as it was. They also bumped the salaries way up, as I recall.
The counties.
Yeah, the counties. You could ask Ray Parker. He was my legislator at the time, and he got cut out of the pie, I believe.
Ray, would you like to weigh in? City clerk and former county legislator.
Yeah. It was two positions. The part of my ward merged with the first ward. The actual raise did not come until the following election year. They didn't do it simultaneously, eliminate two of the positions and then raise the salary at the same time. It was the following election year that they raised the salaries at. So
But it was part of the conversation.
it was initially part of the conversation. There was also additional conversations on lowering it down to 13 at the time as well, which would have ended the weighted vote category within the county. But they chose not to take that approach.
And point of information, Ray, I know it was a loss in terms of you not being on the county legislature, but the county's loss was definitely the city's gain. Our previous clerk, Judy
Thanks.
Chamberlain, had performed very well in the position, but life plans changed for her. So we had a vacancy that was created, and Ray has been an outstanding city clerk. So again, county's loss has really been the city's gain. All right, so with regard to those lines and the rationale for the second ward extending up to the city line, if the county does choose to potentially change the number of legislators that it has, by extending the second ward to a city line, it gives the opportunity for the county to consider districts, county legislative districts. I hope you're sitting down and hold on to your hats. Legislative districts that would not just represent the city. Legislative districts that would have city and then most likely town of Cortlandville to the north, potentially into the village of Homer, because it is so close past the town of Cortlandville. So it would be possible to potentially keep city and county legislators consistent. And then for those county legislators to represent people outside the city in addition to city residents. Did I just blow your mind? Why is this important? I support this. I think this is, well, I'll start by saying that this was viewed favorably by the county planners. And I will tell you why I support this. Frankly, I feel that the city gets ignored by the county frequently, that we're expected to fend for ourselves in terms of a lot of items and a lot of different things. And we can talk about occupancy tax, where the majority of the hotels are located in the city, but you look at the occupancy tax distribution, and after the county takes a very healthy chunk of that money, it's distributed to a lot of organizations, nonprofits that are worthy organizations, but they're not in the city. So that money is being generated in the city and taken outside of our borders. We can talk about rescue plan funds. You look at where money is being spent in terms of the county's rescue plan funds. You can look at the county highway department. The city, we maintain all the roads inside the city. There are towns that have agreements with the county where they are reimbursed for some of the plowing that gets done. The county routes outside of the city are maintained by the county. The county sheriff maintains outside of the city of Cortland, while the city police department maintains inside the city. Yes, they back us up, and on occasion when we are busy, they might be the first to the call. But generally speaking, the city taxpayers are the largest portion of the county tax base. We are subsidizing significantly law enforcement throughout the county. So there's been a lot of conversations, and I've had some frustrations. We've done some good things. We got the county to move on the workers' comp. That was a very significant move. Unfortunately, it took us threatening to pull out to get to that point. My voice, and I'll be very frank here on my way out, I don't know, maybe it's my approach, but I don't feel like my voice has been heard. And maybe we need legislators who are representing not just the city, but also people outside the city, so they have to pay more attention to people in the city. I didn't write that out. That was just off the top of my head. Katie Silliman.
Could we hear from Corporation Counsel, who seems to have an opinion? No,
Corporation.
I do, but I don't think it's appropriate.
I see.
Rick, I remember one time a very wise lawyer said to me, lawyers are to be seen and not heard unless they're directed to I'll share with you who that wise lawyer was after the meeting.
No such thing.
So we do not have to have a vote. We don't even have to have discussion. This is a presentation about the potential for redistricting. Of course, council, we could go back and just, okay, we're going to leave the wards with minor adjustments. This might be a little bit radical, but what I wanted to do is to present something that I think would be an opportunity, not just for the city. It'll be easier for our voters when the Board of Elections has to figure out ballots. If you go when there's different people, okay, well, where do you live? And then there's different ballots because, hey, you can't just vote for the same legislator and council member. It might be this legislative district and that council or ward. Or it might be that ward, the same ward, but a different legislator. Some of you have 3 legislators that overlap with your ward. So it makes it more complicated for the Board of Elections. And this would make it, I think, easier for the county legislature to consider viable options that might improve city representation at the county level. So this is up for your consideration, and we will bring this back for the last meeting in December. And hey, if you want to table it from there, that's fine. But I'll tell you, you should talk to the county planners because they've got a timeline. They've got things that they're working on. And it is what it is. Agenda item number 2, consideration of a resolution to authorize a modification agreement with Bolin Construction for remedial DEC work at Noss Park. This contract is covered by a grant and has been approved by the DEC. Motion to consider. John Bennett, second. Tom Michaels, discussion.
What are they gonna do?
This is, I can talk to this. This is part of the ongoing remediation for the Noss Park area. And what they're going to do is they're going to skim off about, I don't know, 2 or 3 feet so that they can replace it with good soil and make it ready for some corporate development.
Okay.
And this is part of that grant.
Thank you.
Rick, is that soil staying on site or is it getting hauled away?
It's getting hauled away. That's part of that's
Okay.
really what.
Sometimes they do leave it on site and they just move it to a different location.
They do, but given the site's location and use, they thought moving it off site is a better plan, and that's what Bolin is going to do.
Thank you.
And what's the cost?
Whatever the contract says, it's in the backup.
280 and change.
Yeah, that's about right. And it's just a slight increase, mostly due to some supply concerns and timing. They had a little time off, and so some of inflation, such forth, kind of costs the DEC is accounting for.
Yeah.
Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. For the record, 3, 4, 5, 6 have been tabled. Number 7, resolution authorized as an optional choice for Medicare eligible participants in the city's health insurance program, the Greater Tompkins Health Insurance Consortium's Medicare Supplement Plan. Motion to consider. John Bennett, second. Bill Carpenter, discussion.
Johnny, are you on that? John Bennett, are you on that?
And I'm on a supplement plan, not through the.
Right. I've heard good things about it. I know you and Mac have talked about it. I think it's a good idea.
Yes, I'm on, well, there are hundreds of different supplement plans. I'm on one that Excellus has, and it's low cost, but one of the good things about it is, while it may not cover everything, if by some chance I was to get cancer, I am not restricted. I can go ahead and upgrade without any penalties or anything at all to a better supplement plan. So I believe, and I don't have the paperwork in front of me, it's a Blue Cross plan. And again, too, it might be almost the exact same one that the consortium is looking at adding.
But you don't have a supplement plan to the Medicare Advantage plan. You don't have
No,
a supplement.
I'm not associated with a consortium, but no, I do have a Medicare Advantage plan.
Okay.
I think for myself, it's $30 a month, maybe $35 a month, if that.
I think it's a good option for retirees if they decide to get off the city's plan and go to that. I think it's, from what I've seen with Cornell and from what Mac has talked about, I think it's a good plan.
I have absolutely no complaint. If you're on Social Security, it automatically comes out of your Social Security. If you're still working and you're over the age of 65, then you pay quarterly for it. So that's how it works. And again, too, there are many different plans out there, though. Anybody that's going to be Medicare age, again, to Medicare eligible, you have to do your due diligence and go through each and every single one and find out which one is good for you.
And it would save the city long haul if
It would save the city a lot of money.
Yeah.
Tons of money.
Yeah. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Brian, we'll still have a choice though, retirees, as to picking which plan, right? Because Cornell automatically switches you to that plan. We have a choice to stay on our plan or go on the Medicare supplement, right?
I am not the best person to speak to this.
Okay. Is Mac around?
Yes, Bill, it's not, we are not mandating any type of coverage. What's happening right now, Bill, is that I have many retirees who are running out of their bank.
Yeah.
They're living longer. The cost of insurance is escalating more than what they thought they would ever be. And I'm getting retirees with no coverage other than the straight Medicare.
Right.
So this is optional. And got retirees who are asking what to do. This is something that I think we could just say, okay, here's an option for you.
I think it's a good idea.
I agree.
Their bank plan is just running out. It's liquidating out faster than they ever thought it would.
Right.
Yeah, Bill, you're right. I know some other institutions that have gone to this, and the supplement plan is much, much cheaper than the family plan. So they're getting essentially the same insurance at a cheaper rate. So it's win-win. The institutions save money, the people save money. It's, from my perspective, it's a no-brainer.
Yes. It's good.
Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of agenda item number 7, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? And let the record reflect that it is now an 8-0 vote. Sam Adams has joined us. Welcome, Sam.
Sorry for being late, folks.
Understood. Number 8, resolution pursuant to paragraph 531 of the city code to authorize a 2022 special wastewater assessment in the amount of $785,222 levied in accordance with local law 6 from 1982 to be applied to debt services, and cause this resolution to be published in the city's official newspapers. Motion to consider. John Bennett, second. Katie Silliman, discussion. All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Carries. Agenda item number 9, resolution to adopt the following schedule of water rates effective April 1st of 2022. There are no rate increases for the water budget. So the minimum quarterly charge, $41.04. Water rate for 13 to 499 units would be $3.42 per unit. Water rate for 500 to 1,000 units would be $3.12 per unit. And for 1,001 or more units would be $3.32 per unit. Motion to consider. Chris Titler, second. John Bennett, discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Carries. And item number 10, consideration of a resolution, adopt the following schedule of wastewater rates effective April 1st of 2022, a minimum of $35.70 per unit, and 11 or more units, a cost of $3.57 per unit. It says a 5.9% increase, but it's, oh gosh, Bruce Adams, do you recall what the dollar amount is in terms of the increase for the minimum? I remember the discussion, but I don't. It's 5% less than $35. Well, 10% would be $3.57, so it's half that. Motion to consider. Katie Silliman, second.
Yeah.
Tim Adams, discussion.
Hey, Bruce is on. Bruce, maybe you can tell us that dollar amount.
I think it was three. I apologize. I should have been prepared for this, but I think it was in the order of $6 or $7 for the year.
Okay.
I want to say it's $1.78 per. Yeah, I want to say it's $1.78. Would that be per quarter?
Per quarter, right?
Yeah. That's my rough math. Further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Carries. Agenda item number 11, consideration of resolution authorizing encumbrance as of December 31st, 2021 of the following appropriations adopted by Common Council. And these were made on November 16 for the payment of the city's pension contribution on February 1. And there's a total of $203,495. Motion to consider. Bill Carpenter, second. Jackie Chapman, discussion.
Can you ask Mac exactly what it means? Can you spell it out a little bit for us?
I can tell you that you approved this November 16 change in terms of the pension cost, and basically encumbering means we're not going to pay it this year, we'll pay it next year.
Okay.
It's kind of like tabling.
So it's basically a shortfall, isn't it?
Mac, why is there a shortfall?
It's really not a shortfall. It's just the next year's pension estimate it came in, the actual bill, which will be paid February 1st, is higher than what we estimated would be back in April of this year when we were putting the budget together for a couple of reasons. Paul has talked on many occasions about the increasing overtime because of short staffing. That raises the amount of wages subject to the unemployment. We've also had quite a turnover in staff. And when those people leave, as they accrue their time out, that is wages subject to pension. And the rates, which were announced in November, were higher than what we anticipated them to be when we were doing the budget back in April. So why it's encumbered, Bill, is because you've authorized it in the 2020 budget, but it will not be paid on, or the 2021 budget, but it will not be paid until February 1st, 2022. In addition to that, I put in there the tax cap, and somebody will need to remember this going forward in the next year. By increasing the pension and encumbering it, it automatically raised the amount of money that you could go over the cap in 2022 without having to pass a tax override. So right now, going into 2022, and please, somebody remember this when you're doing a budget, you're going to carry over $129,000 in allowable growth in your property tax, in addition to whatever percentage you're allowed. So I put it in the math, inflation is going to be 2%, 129,000 is another 1.25. So you'll be able to raise your pension levy, or I mean your property tax levy by 3.25 without violating the cap. Like I said, I put the cap computation in the council package, because that's the only way I can really get it out that somebody other than me, I won't be here next year, will remember that they had more money in the property tax cap than just the 2%.
Thanks, Matt.
So the difference in the two line items are basically, one's pension and the other ones are retirement.
No, they're both pensions. There are two pension systems in the state of New York. One is PF, which stands for Police and Fire. The other one is just the rest of us employees. And so they're both pensions, Mike, or Tom. They're both pensions.
Okay, all right, yeah.
Just got to remember that police and fire are about twice the contribution rate as regular employees.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
All right, further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Carries. Number 12, consideration of resolution to appoint Tracy Hatfield as the Commissioner of Deeds for the City of Cortland. Motion to consider. Bill Carpenter, second. Katie Silman, discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Carries. Number 13, resolution to recognize and appropriate proceeds from the sale of 16 vehicles from the city police impound lot in the amount of $2,531.10. The motor vehicle repair and equipment line. Motion to consider. Jackie Chapman, second. Tom Michaels, discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. 14, consideration of a resolution to appropriate proceeds from an auction in the amount of $21,950, $15,950 to go toward the purchase of needed police equipment, and $6,000 to go toward covering the cost of sending new hires to the police academy. Motion to consider. John Bennett, second. Katie Silman, discussion. Chief, what's the needed equipment?
New LPR license plate reader. We used to have two. We only have one now, and it is aging out. And the cost, we're getting quotes in now, and they're around $14,000.
Okay, so this would not be for the new vehicles that we approved, correct?
It would go into one of the new vehicles, yes. it's an item that is costly and we cannot normally budget to buy one of these.
Hey, Chief, I have a question for you. I think you've answered this before. If we send somebody to police academy and they don't stick around for X number of months or years, do we have any way to claw back any of that money that we've invested in them?
Yes, we do. Typically, it's 3 years. We can collect. There's a prorated equation to get back some of the training costs and the equipment cost.
And what is the training cost for one officer, roughly?
Depends on what academy you go to, and it depends what you include in your training cost. Like the academy we're looking for in January, I believe, is $1,700 per cadet. Plus, we have to uniform them. We have to provide a car and transportation to them. We also have to provide a certain amount of ammunition and equipment for their firearms training. So it can get up there quite high. I think the last officer that left us after 1 year of service to us, we recouped $16,000.
Okay. Okay. So the range then, it sounds like it's, it's between what, 10 and 20,000 then to send somebody to the police academy when you start adding it all up? Okay.
Yeah, when you add everything up and their wages and everything, yeah.
Well, I forgot to even mention the wages because the wages are part of that. So it's probably more than that then.
Right.
Wow.
How is that recouped?
The
And
other
some-
agency has to pay us back.
From the next municipality that they work for. It's not from them individually. So if they go from the city to the county sheriff's department, we get it from the county.
All right, thanks.
Further questions? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Carries. Chief, since I have you, I neglected to recognize you at the start of the meeting. I apologize, I've forgotten. Our officers had something going on in November. Could you briefly catch council and the public up on what was going on?
In November, our officers participated in No Shave November. It's a nationally recognized event, and it allows officers that typically cannot grow facial hair, such as beards, the opportunity to do so. And they raise funds for pediatric cancer research. This was this department's first year in participating. We had about 20 people, including myself, that participated. All of our female officers were allowed to paint their fingernails bright pink, and they did it as a joint venture with a young cancer patient. And overwhelmingly, they raised, between myself and the union, raised $8,000 for Paige's Butterfly, which is a local charity out of Baldwinsville in honor of a 6-year-old cancer patient that died. And all the proceeds will stay local in the central New York area. So I wanted to thank not only all of the officers that participated in their hard work, but all the community businesses and individuals that sponsored myself and the officers in such a worthwhile cause. Truly amazing. Thank you.
And thank you to all of our officers who participated. It's a great way to be engaged in the community, great way to show support. And it's a difficult topic. Many people have dealt with cancer with family members, so really much appreciated. Number 15, resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a utility right-of-way easement with NYSEG. The easement is largely around the back portion of the Groton Avenue and Orchard Street parking lot. Motion to consider. Chapman, second. Bill Carpenter. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? carries. That one was John Bennett. Was that in favor? I could not see, I could not hear you. So officially for the record, 8-0. Thank you. Agenda item number 16, resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a utility right-of-way easement with NYSEG on Prospect Terrace. Motion to consider. Bill Carpenter, second. John Bennett. That way you can't leave. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. Agenda items, Sam, for your edification, because this happened while you were not here, there was a motion to table, and we tabled agenda items number 4, 5, and 6, excuse me, 3, 4, 5, 6, and numbers 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Much to my surprise. So we are on to number 22. Resolution include within the 2022 tax bill a charge for stormwater system preservation, maintenance, repair, rehabilitation, and reconstruction of 35.2 cents per foot of street address frontage of each property parcel located within the city in accordance with the final 2022 tax roll. Motion to consider. Katie Silliman, second. John Bennett, discussion.
I think this is a great idea and not at a great cost to property owners.
Tom.
No, this, make the assumption this covers businesses as well as non-for-profits.
Properties. Yes,
Properties.
every property.
So that will include, for example, SUNY, Tom.
Yes, and the hospital, and the churches.
The schools.
Mhm.
There's no legal thing that they don't have to pay this? That you're aware of?
Nope.
They don't, I mean, some of them don't pay taxes, so what you think you're gonna get this money from them? Or do we have right to go after them, I guess is what I'm asking.
If somebody just doesn't pay,
Well, my point being is how can you make a nonprofit like all these the churches and stuff that don't pay property tax or any other tax? And how are they, why are they responsible to pay this tax?
it's not a tax, it's a fee.
Or a fee, but whatever, I mean.
Because it's a fee, you know, it's similar
That's all I
to,
was asking. Okay, that's all I needed.
similar to a water bill, sewer bill. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Carries. Number 23, resolution to drop the 2022 water fund budget as proposed. Motion to consider. John Bennett, second. Bill Carpenter, discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Right.
Opposed? Carries. Number 24, consideration of a resolution to set forth that the 2022 general fund tax levy shall be $9,297,300, and it is a 2% increase over the previous year in terms of property taxes. Motion to consider. John Bennett, second. Jackie Chapman, discussion.
Now, is this where we want to talk about police hiring?
Let me think here. I would say no, this is about the tax levy. I would recommend that you discuss it during agenda item number 26, which
Yeah,
is potential for the whole general fund.
This is
Okay.
just
Just what- here, yep.
All right, motion to consider. John Bennett, second. Jackie Chapman. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Carries. 25, resolution to adopt the 2022 wastewater fund budget. Motion to consider. Katie Silliman, second. Bill Carpenter, discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries. Now, 26, resolution to adopt the 2022 general fund budget. Motion to consider. John Bennett, second. Bill Carpenter, discussion.
I, for one, have an issue with paying council members and the mayor more. We're not getting a full-time mayor. We will still have a part-time mayor. And in my opinion, I can't in good conscience vote to pay council members more when we don't have anything insisting, we have no outline for what our duties are, what the minimum expectations are. People don't even have to show up and they would still get paid. And that to me is unconscionable. It's a very part-time job. And I wouldn't want anybody doing it for the money or getting attached to that money and just phoning it in. And unfortunately, we have had people who, not many times, but we have had council members for various reasons. One was because of health. Another was because of other personal circumstances, who just quit showing up. Actually, there was one more who moved away, but still had a residence here and was still collecting a paycheck. I just can't vote for increasing salaries when we don't have any kind of minimum expectation.
I can respond briefly to that. Katie, well, we have had discussions, so for the public, not for your information, but council has the opportunity to establish its rules and guidelines, and there have been opportunities where in the past there's been discussion, but the charter is clear that those expectations need to be set out by council of itself.
Right, we tried to do that. And it got shot down. And I'm just saying that for me, the two are coupled together. I can't have one without the other. So I can't vote for it.
Are we, I want to make sure we're on item 26, correct, Mayor?
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So, all right, I have no problem supporting the $5,000 raise for council. I think $5,000 what the council people are paid now is too little. And I think that it should be increased to $10,000. Katie brings up a valid point. That could be, that's, that does happen, but it doesn't happen very often. And I guess theoretically that could even happen with the mayor, could just, not come around very often, or miss a meeting and have the assistant mayor. But I think most of these people go into these positions with good intent and want to do what's right by the community. And so I think the common council is underpaid at $5,000. I don't know when the last time that was raised. Do you know, Mayor, when that $5,000 was raised?
So the last time council was increased, was that 8 years ago?
6.
No, maybe 6. It went from 3,500 to 5.
Yeah, so it's time to raise that again, but that's just my opinion. And I'm not going to be here to, I'm glad I'm not going to be in a council in the sense that I can speak freely about this, and people don't think I have something to gain from this. So I think it should be raised. I do have some other things I want to talk about, but I'll stay on this topic first.
Okay, so to move us along with this topic, Katie, would you like to make a motion to amend the budget with regard to any of the salaries aforementioned?
I would like to take the raises out of the budget.
Okay, so Katie, am I correct in trying to paraphrase that you're making a motion to reduce what is budgeted for the mayor from 30,000 to 25,000, which is what the current salary is, and for council members from 10,000 to 5,000, which is what the current salary is.
Yes.
Could we separate those two
Separate.
offices, those two branches, separate the mayor from the council?
Katie, are you making a motion for one or both?
I was going to make a motion for both, but if Bruce wants to separate them, that's fine with me.
So with your indulgence, I'll say that the mayor's salary is on the table. The motion is to reduce what is budgeted for the mayor's salary from 30,000 down to 25,000. 25,000 is the current salary for the mayor's position. Correct, Katie?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the motion. Is there support?
I second that motion.
Okay, there's a second from Bruce. Discussion.
And I would like to say that I was not in favor of raising the salary before the election. At least somebody think that I'm somehow sour grapes, which it's not. I just think 25,000 is a very fair salary for a part-time position of mayor.
Further discussion.
I think it depends on the individual, Bruce. I've had some conversations with Scott coming in, and the council moving into next year. The way I understand it, it's going to be a working council. Individuals that show up once a month or every 2 months. That's not going to happen. They're going to be assigned. They're going to be assigned assignments to manage and track. So you're going to be actually probably earning the 10,000 more than you would be if you're on the council now.
Okay, but we're talking about mayor's salary currently, correct?
Yes.
Well, you're going to also see that the mayor going to take more of an initiative, from what I understand.
Whoa. I didn't know you're bringing a bag of rocks this meeting, Tom. I'm sitting right here.
It's a small bag.
We're not talking about the individuals, we're talking about the position. And I think the position is 25,000 is adequately financed. And the incoming chief executive, it's great that they has plans, but as far as I know, the chief executive doesn't dictate to the legislative branch what they're going to do.
That's
So,
right.
you know, the legislative branch is a separate branch of office, and they'll determine what they're going to do.
That's right. And maybe the new executive should show that he can do that and earn it before he's allotted another 5,000 for the job. He's going to have a lot on his plate. He's a business owner. He's got a large family. He's going to be pulled in a lot of directions. So let's see if he can do what he proposes to do with the position before he gets a $5,000 signing bonus.
Yeah, and people run for these positions and they know what the salary is going into it. So I think, I hear what you're saying, Tom, but this is a position. It's not, we're running for a position, not a person.
Bruce, were you in favor of this raise early on in the election season?
I was not. You can go back and say I've spoke publicly on that several times, Tom.
Okay, I just want to clear that up. Thank you.
Yeah, Tom, Bruce did make that clear many times. And as far as whether or not if it's a working council later on or whatever, one must remember, as Bruce and Katie stated, the Common Council is its own body. The Common Council does not work for the mayor of the city of Cortland. The Common Council works for the city of Cortland, for the constituents of the city of Cortland, not the mayor. Again, they are their own body.
And I would say this has been a working council. I take offense somehow that this hasn't been a working council. Every council that I've ever known has been a working council.
I'd like to bring the conversation back to the topic at hand, and that is regarding the mayor's salary. Are there any comments regarding the proposed amendment that would bring the mayor's salary down from 30,000 to 25,000 for the 2022 year? All right, hearing none, it is time to vote. All those in favor, and you are voting in favor of reducing what is budgeted from 30,000 to 25,000, if you say aye. All those in favor of reducing, please say aye.
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 4, 5. And any opposed? 2, 3. I'm accounting 5, 2. Is Jackie not here? She probably got booted. It is a 5-2 vote, 5 in favor of reducing the mayor's salary from 30 to 25, and 2 against, Carpenter Beckwith against. And Jackie Chapman is joining us again. And we're going to move on because even with Jackie being out, it will not change the final outcome. So the next one, Katie, am I correct in paraphrasing that your recommendation is to reduce council members' salary from the budgeted amount of $10,000 back to what is currently allotted for council, which is $5,000?
Yes, that's, I mean, in my opinion, doubling council's salary is a huge shift.
So the motion is to reduce from 10,000 to 5,000, what is budgeted for council members. Is there a second?
Seriously, you guys.
I'll second it, Mayor, to get it up for discussion.
Jackie Chapman raised her hand, Bruce, just before you spoke up. So second goes to Jackie, officially for the record. Discussion.
I think, Brian, I think that's in line with the legislative branch and also the townships is what they make. And I think we do a lot of work, and I think it's deserved. I mean, I think we have elections coming up. We have every 2 years, and there's primaries. And I do think that, the increase is well within line of other legislative bodies around the city of Cortland.
Plus, some of our wards just got larger.
Well, John.
This is hard for me. Again, I am leaving. Council does deserve a raise. During the budget sessions, those who attended the budget sessions know that I did argue for, instead of 100% raise, a 50% raise, at least to start, to 7,500. And then maybe in a year or two, up at 210. Yes, I don't think you can compare to the legislators, because legislators do almost always have 2 to 3 different committees that they sit on. So they are much more involved than a city council member. But on the other hand, for example, I believe the Cortlandville Town Board might make as much as 10,000. And they're much more involved with the city council. So I do support an increase. And again, too, it's hard for me to justify going to 10, but I'm not really opposed to it going to 10, and I would vote for it to go to 10.
I do appreciate, Katie's concern about not having sort of specific sort of minimum requirements. I do think that's something the next council should definitely take up and really think about, what kind of standard do we want to hold folks to. But I do also support, again, I'm also not going to be here next year, so I don't really have skin in the game of, this isn't going to affect me. But I do think by raising it, we also can then have a sort of a leg to stand on really saying like, we do really need to have minimums and things that we're requiring council to do and having them really working for their constituents. I think with that level of, yearly payment really, folks can hold folks to be like, listen, it's not pennies you're getting, you're actually going to work for your community. So I would also be in favor of raising it to 10, sort of bring it in line with what else is in the area. And then also in the future, kind of looking more long-term, helps open up council as an option for folks who are maybe from more lower income, positions, so that they're not having to weigh, can I do council or do I need to have another job that pays more to make sure my family is taken care of, so they can actually be more civic minded because they're not kept out by the number of hours of, doing it well can be a lot of hours. And I think we want to encourage folks to put in those hours.
I'd like to hear from my other two council members who are going to still be on council, Tom and Troy.
I already made my point just a few minutes ago. Being a council person is all of what you want to put into it. I've put 18 years into my ward, into my constituents. And believe me, you don't keep getting elected all this time for sitting on your ass doing nothing. I've been there for my constituents all along, and I'll continue to do that, regardless of how large my ward's going to grow.
Let the record reflect that Tom said but.
Troy?
I'm going on my 6th year, 3rd term. It's definitely more work than I thought it was. Not necessarily, I never took the position for the money. I didn't even know we got paid when I took the position.
Same here.
Until the city hall told me I needed to fill out the paperwork. Are we underpaid? Yes, since we're getting paid. We took the insurance away, which was a benefit to a lot of people, but that's, what we're gonna spend on the raises and what we saved on insurance is not even close. But it is like Tom said, it's getting so it's more and more work. I think it's going to be even more work, as the pandemic goes on, the phones doesn't stop ringing.
It's true.
What about the people who serve on the committees who get paid nothing? I would rather see some of them get some money, like ZBA and planning.
That's something we certainly can look at.
I know, but they deserve some money because we need those committees. We need people
I
to.
sat on the planning board for 6 years prior to this, so that was a lot of work also.
And it would be, even if it were some token amount, it would be something to show them that we appreciate that they keep showing up and they're a big part of getting the city's business done. I could,
That's
would
something
you
maybe we
guys,
need to look into next year's budget, putting something in there for them committees.
but why not do it this year's? Why not let next year's council vote on doubling our salaries? Why do we have to do it this year?
Katie, I'm going to ask if we can stick to the council. I completely agree with you in terms of zoning board and planning, but I'm going to ask that we keep the topic about salaries for council.
Well,
Let's take a vote.
could we do it less than 10? Could you guys go up a fraction and not make it?
No.
Katie, I'm sorry, but that's not what the agenda item is, the amendment, the proposed amendment is. We got to go with what has been proposed.
Okay.
Further discussion? All those in favor of reducing council salary from 10,000 to 5,000, please wave and say aye.
Aye.
We have 2, Silliman and Chapman. All those opposed, please wave and say aye or nay.
Aye.
Same.
Nay.
2-6. The proposed amendment fails. Any other potential amendments to the general fund budget for 2022?
I have some thoughts, Mayor. Yes, I have 2 requests from my colleagues. I would like to take $20,000 from our general fund, which is, a pittance compared to what the general fund is. It's a one-time shot, and I would like us to authorize $20,000 be used. I would suggest we probably contract this out, put an RFP to remove nuisance animals, mostly woodchucks. I can't believe how many calls I got this year on woodchucks in the community. They have almost overrun the community. It's more than I remember in the past. Anecdotally, I haven't done any kind of scientific woodchuck count to support that, but it sure seems like there's a lot more. Seems to me in the years past, way back when, that the city did have a budgeted amount for removing some nuisance critters. So I'm asking for $20,000. I'll do this one at a time. I'm asking for $20,000 for the removal of a nuisance varmints.
Okay, I'll paraphrase that. It's motion to consider amending the general fund budget to appropriate $20,000 to eliminate nuisance animals within the city of Cortland and a reciprocal increase in the estimated sales tax revenue.
Okay, sure.
Money has to come from someplace.
Sure. If you want to take it from sales tax, that's fine.
Do we want to do the amendments one at a time, or do we want to combine them?
One at a time.
Okay,
So that's the motion on the floor. Is there support?
yeah, I'll support that.
All right, Tom, discussion.
Rick's got his hand up.
Oh, Rick,
Yeah, a nuisance animal is a little too much. I mean, I
Yeah,
do dog cases all the time. I really think we need to define it a little better. But I understand where you're coming from, Bruce, but I would just soon see it as a better defined wild animal, something that would suggest not a pet.
I was having trouble with that too. I think maybe you can modify it and say, wildlife, not to include domestic pets kind of thing.
Are we gonna do that?
Would that work, Rick?
much better.
Okay.
That's still pretty broad.
Yeah, are we gonna do bats?
Okay. Woodchucks and skunks, period, then. That's really what I'm going after. Mostly woodchucks. If you have a problem with other animals, I guess the future council could come back and revisit it.
I'd like to throw rats in there, please.
Yep, okay.
As much as I didn't want to bring that up, but just in case.
Yeah, I think it's a good point, Troy.
Okay. I talked to Bruce about this before the council meeting, and I had one call about woodchucks. And I talked to you guys about it at council, and the consensus at the time was that they were very expensive to remove, and there was a reason why it was taken out of the budget so many years ago, that it just wasn't a big enough priority. However, Bruce said that he and his neighbors went in on trapping woodchucks, and it was $40 a woodchuck. So if you put out an RFP, you might get a really good price. And I understand that there are people really struggling with this. And I'm reduced to just planting tomatoes and hot peppers in my garden because of the woodchucks. They eat everything else. So I could go for this, but I think people ought to pay half. I don't think it should be a free service where the city hires a guy to go deal with your woodchucks. And I think people will appreciate it more if they are also invested in it.
Yeah, I could live with that further amendment to pay for 50% of the costs. I don't have a problem with that.
In which case, maybe we could go with 10,000 instead of 20.
Well, no, I'm not going that far. I just think I don't mind having it go 50-50, but I still want 20 because there's a lot of them out there. Rick has another suggestion for us.
Not a suggestion, just a clarification. Who in the city is going to do this?
RFP.
Who in the city would do this? I think you'd contract it out to a professional trapper. You'd have to an RFP. That would be my advice.
So civilians would be calling them directly, and
oh no, I see what you're saying.
Which department head's going to oversee this? Because I think is where he's going with it.
Troy is correct. Yeah. That's where I'm going. Fire department, police department, somebody has to do this.
Yes, and I hadn't thought about that, Rick. So
I'm good.
I think you're right. You're going to probably want some department to be in charge of that to facilitate that phone call.
Chief
Sandy,
Takers, so we're gonna have to do some appointments.
I think Paul's volunteering.
In the past, it was always under the police department. They would notify us and we would contact the nuisance trapper. But this also might fall under the SPCA contract. that if they called the SPCA contract, they could contact the trapper, and that way animals are all under the same kind of umbrella.
Yeah, but I don't.
We'll
I don't
do
know
it
if
if
the
you want us to.
I don't know if the SPCA, I mean, I hadn't brought this up to the SPCA because I hadn't considered that they would be the ones. I guess I would say for tonight to move this forward, and it can always be modified, is we have people call the police department and they call whoever the trapper is. But in the following weeks and months, people can modify that, certainly, if there's a better solution.
And next, Tom will be getting calls about exotic pet permits for people who want to adopt woodchucks.
That's possible.
So,
Maybe-
do you have all
maybe-
that, Mayor? Can you read that resolution back to us?
I have no, I cannot.
Okay, I
What is-
propose that we add $20,000 to the budget for the specific removal of skunks, woodchucks, skunks, and rats. And where the property owner would pay 50% and this fund would pay the other 50%. And we would designate a contact person in the police department to facilitate this removal of the wildlife. And as an aside, I think Paul has a good point. Maybe it is the SPCA or somebody else. Maybe it's the city clerk. I mean, there might be somebody else that might be more adaptable to make that phone call. But you're talking about a phone call essentially, so it's not an undoable task.
Well, I would recommend that you put it over to police because I'm not sure your city clerk's office is well staffed at this point.
Well, right. So
Somebody has to keep track of the fund balance and
I would suggest, if it's okay, Mayor, to speak, I would suggest maybe speak with the animal control officer as well. So,
okay, that makes sense. So you got it now, Mayor?
$20,000 to go to woodchucks, skunks, rat removal. Were raccoons discussed at all?
No.
They should probably be included.
Okay.
Any
I don't get any calls on. I
Any
can't
objection
speak
to
to
including
raccoon problem.
raccoons?
Any nuisance wildlife.
Nah, that was too broad though, Bill.
Yeah.
Bruce,
Okay.
any objection to including raccoons?
No, that's fine. I don't get calls on raccoons, but that's fine.
Woodchucks, skunks, rats, raccoons. And the money is to be budgeted in a separate line under the purview of the police department.
Okay. Okay.
All those in
That's it.
favor? All those in
Wait a minute,
favor?
and it's 50,
Oh.
it's only 50% though. I agreed with Katie, 50%, 50-50.
Oh, 50% match.
So the homeowner has to kick in 50% of it. I don't think that's, I think that's a good idea.
Very good. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
You need a second motion, please.
Oh, that was Bruce. Do we have a second?
Second.
Sam. Okay, $20,000 for the removal of woodchucks, skunks, rats, and raccoons with a 50.
You have a hand raised.
Property owner.
You have a hand raised by council.
Rick.
Yeah, I'm gonna be an asshole here.
Whoa.
Which homeowner that the raccoon walks across is gonna get charged 50%? The complainer or where the raccoon wants to be?
I would say well, that's a good question. I would think the property owner,
Attic. If there's a raccoon occupying part of the house, that would be removed. Not if you have raccoons nesting in a tree in your backyard.
Well, we could take raccoons out of the equation.
We could.
I
What
would,
about
I
the
don't
moose
get
that
it.
goes next door and his home's at 18, but he went over to 12 to eat that night.
So wherever the trap is put.
And then we're gonna be in court with Rick or whoever's at City Hall because they're not on my land. The hole's right over my neighbor's land, but you guys put the trap on my land. I mean, this can go
Well,
on
you
and on
can't-
and on. So we either got to do it or address it when the individual cases come to court if it ever gets to that.
can't put the trap on their land without their permission.
Mm.
Yeah, but they're the ones that call, but it's not on, didn't come from their land. That's where I'm going with this.
Yeah, but we
I
can't put a
think-
trap on private property,
I would
Right,
just
so
make it,
All right, you just hired the guy to come and trap it.
not without permission though.
Right.
So if person
So
one
it's not-
complains about person two's property, if person two doesn't allow us to do it, we can't do it.
so it's gonna be the property owner where the trap is placed.
Yeah.
Woodchucks move around too, but if it's my neighbors has the woodchuck and they think it's great, I'm gonna have them put the trap on my lawn because they're eating our flowers, so. And I would be the person that would pay that 50%, so I think the property owner
Oh,
where
yeah.
the trap is placed.
You're right, you understand that, but Rick is thinking the opposite way, that somebody might not understand that and then doesn't understand why they're paying for
So
it.
if somebody can call and
Yeah.
say, my neighbor has a nuisance animal, and then I guess you would tell them, well, they're the ones that have to call us. Because we can't put a trap on somebody else's property without their permission. That's what I would think would be the way you'd follow this.
You'd
Well,
hope-
Does that make sense? That makes sense, chief? That makes sense, council? Yep, okay.
yep.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 Oh, Jackie, did you have a question? You have to unmute, please.
We're also stipulating that it's private property, they are relocating them to a forest or something, correct?
Yeah.
That's
Well,
important.
not necessarily. I'm not a trapping expert, but it will vary from some animals. If they trap a skunk, I was told they have to destroy the skunk. The skunks are gonna be more expensive. I don't know anything about the raccoons. I don't know anything about the rats. I would assume that they would exterminate the rats as well. The woodchucks are put into a different place. They just take them way out in the woods and release them, and they go back to Mother Nature instead of the coastal lifestyle of the city woodchuck. So they have to make their way. So I don't know anything about the other animals, so except for the skunk. I do know the skunk. They have to destroy the skunks. Or you can just ask them to release the skunk if you think it's just somebody passing through. And
And
that's
that
pretty
would-
much the extent.
That would be part of the, conversation when you interviewed people who answered the RFP. You're not going to release them at the curb and let them wander back onto the land you just trapped them on.
Right. Those are all the stuff that would all be spelled out in the RFP, I would think.
I suggest that council, you've made your wishes clear and that you allow staff to make the determinations from here on in.
Mhm.
I think there's a good understanding. I'll place my confidence and trust in the police chief. Further
Okay.
discussion? Favor say aye.
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 2, 3, 4. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, am I correct that John Bennett is the only vote against?
Yeah.
Very good. So 7 in favor, 1 against.
Yep.
Okay, so that took much longer than I thought, Mayor, but I have one other request. I would also ask that we add additional 20,000, I guess you can pull from the sales tax. And that we use this money so that all city employees, I checked with Nick earlier today, and this is not the case currently, all city employees would have a picture ID. And we would move into the 21st century and get rid of the locks and keys, and everything would be a card reader electronically. I think this would save us money going forward. If somebody loses a key now, you have to replace the whole lock. Now, if somebody loses their card reader, just go to the computer and lock them out. And if somebody finds it, they're not coming into the building. It's a safety issue. It's also, I think, a security issue. You're going to be able to, if you need to, find out who entered any building at any time. It's the way most of the institutions that I know have gone this way. And I did talk to Dave Stathis about this, and he thought 20,000 would be a good ballpark figure to get that going. So that's my other request.
All right, so the motion is to budget $20,000 from an estimated increase in sales tax revenue to cover the cost of an electronic building access system and IDs for every city employee.
Photo IDs, Mayor, so they can match it up. Our employees sometimes are and knocking on people's doors and things like that. It would be good to be able to show them the ID and so they know who they are.
I wasn't sold on the key card idea. Photo IDs for people who are moving around the city and working on people's properties, I think are a good idea. But I do work at a school that has the key cards and they function beautifully. So my only hangup is the cost. I would rather know more about the cost before we allocate 20,000 for this, because what if it ends up being a lot more? That to me seems like something the next council could tackle. It's a good idea, but I'd rather know the exact cost.
Okay, Troy.
I would agree with Katie on that. And I personally don't think $20,000 is going to be enough to do all the buildings that we have. In some of these buildings, if you want to use these cards, you got to have internet access to them. I don't think we have internet access to a lot of our buildings. So I think you better, that number would probably become double at least. So like, I think it's definitely a great idea, but I don't think we should. We need accurate numbers or closer numbers, because I don't think we're going to allocate near enough money. Then what are we going to do with it? Put it back in general fund or whatever, but I mean, you can allocate 20, but I don't think it's going to cover. I don't think it's going to cover everything, Bruce.
Can I clarify? I believe we have a motion by Bruce, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Bruce, was that a formal motion?
Yes.
Okay, have I asked for support? Is there a second?
I'll second.
Jackie Chapman. So we do have a motion on the floor. There is a second. So now it's officially open for discussion. So the motion is $20,000 picture IDs for all employees and electronic building access.
And I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, Troy. I did talk to Dave Stathis about this weeks ago and gave him time, and he said he thought that would be a pretty good ballpark figure. So that's where my numbers are coming from him in terms of roughly that's what it would be.
Well, I'm doing one building right now with 20 units, and it's about 20 grand for one building.
Yeah, that's 20 units.
Yeah.
Well, we're not going to have 20 units in a building.
Well, I bet you start adding up all these buildings if you're talking about all the youth burial buildings and the city, the armory, DPW's garages, youth burials garages, all the buildings at the parks.
We have about 100
fire department.
Pardon me, Rick? So anyhow, I mean, it's up to the council. So I'm just throwing it out there. I just think the keys are so, it doesn't make sense why in 2021 we wouldn't want to start to modernize some things. And I really need, people really need the IDs. In my opinion, when they show up to somebody's door or going through the courts, and they may not be there next year, that's true, but still, I just see a lot of value for having picture IDs in 2021.
Well, I've got to ask for them before knocking on doors, so,
Yeah.
Something that everybody's losing sight of is that the unified court system are going to be pulling their offices from the magnetometers at City Hall. So you're going to need some kind of access to get into that portion of the building, either upstairs or downstairs, so that you know who's coming and going. And you're also going to need to have somebody allowing people to come in at certain times regarding office hours.
So I also don't know pricing and things, but I can just say sort of, I think this is a good idea, and maybe it does need to wait until there's a more firm number. But having worked in student housing for a very long time, it does end up being a much, you get a lot of good information from being able to pull those kinds of data of who's coming and going. Depending on which locks you get a lot of functionality of, even if somebody has a key, they can't get in after certain times. You can designate different levels of staffing. If somebody loses a key, it's like 25 cents for a new thing instead of having to rekey the whole system. So I have seen them be very useful, but maybe they do need more time to figure out all the financing and all of that. But it was a huge help, at least in the student housing world. So, and a cost saver long term.
I've used one for 34 years up until I retired. And Sam, you're dead on. There's a lot of things you can manage and and observe from these cards.
I would suggest that this is something that the 4 council members who go into next year carry this into next year and work on a complete breakdown of it to be put into the following year's budget.
Well,
Do it right. Instead of here at the last second, when we need to approve a budget, do it right, get the exact cost.
So I'm gonna
I
ask,
would,
with
I
that
would
objection, I'd like
suggest,
to ask for
I
a
would
vote.
suggest we not wait for another year, because then you're doing it for another year. I would suggest, I think we can approve it now, and if you need to readjust the money, the numbers, then you can do that in the following months, but I think you need to get this jump started. And it's not the last minute. I've been talking about this for quite a while.
Depending on
All
what.
right, so if we can move forward to a vote?
Yeah, that's fine.
just, I wanted to hear what Chief Sandy was gonna say.
Chief.
I'm just curious of where these are gonna go. The police department, we have keypads where we have codes that you access our department by, so all the officers have them. And we have codes that we can type in to change our code. So when we have employees that leave separation, we can go in and change the code and do that without carrying a card. This is fine if this is something you want somewhere else. I prefer the keypads that we have. And we already provide our IDs. All of our employees have photo IDs, police IDs. So that's not part of us. You know, we'll continue to pay for ours. But as far as our security system, I'm happy with the keypads.
The point of clarification, Chief, you're talking about for access to the police department, but that does not cover more than the police department. That doesn't cover the second floor or any place else in terms of city buildings.
No, it doesn't. I've been trying to get security for City Hall main entrances for years, and the cost is going to be over 20,000 just to lock down that building.
Mr. Van Donsel.
We do have key cards for access to the second floor and the elevator.
For the backside, and then we do not have the IDs, and there's a potential for a need for an upgrade. That's the other piece here. So we do have a motion on the floor. It does have support. All those in favor of.
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
Since it sounds like there's consensus around thinking this is a pretty good idea, but that it needs to be developed more thoroughly, could we possibly vote to approve it and set the money aside so that we have seed money for the idea, especially since we think it could cost more? While we have the money, should we set it aside for the next council to do this?
Well, yeah, we do have the motion on the floor, and I think that's part of what people can vote. You're putting, if you dedicate the money, then it can be decided next year.
All right.
If you don't, then there's nothing that's dedicated towards it.
Right.
All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those opposed? 7-1. Beckwith against. There was, I'm going to ask if we can, since we had the chief, there was a proposal or some discussion in terms of the number of police officers that the city has. I'm going to leave this to council. Who would like to discuss? John, is that a hand up or you, Justin? Tom Michaels.
I initiated this a few weeks ago. We thought that the council could swing one officer, and I think there's enough room for 2. But I guess there's someone. Sam had a question whether are we adding 2 more to the roster that we already have, or are we just gonna use these two individuals to fill in those positions when they retire.
Well, that's going to be as you all know, during the budget workshops, there was discussion from Chief Sandy about the potential to add, and I believe the request was 3 police officers. So it would be in addition to our current staff, meaning regardless of if a position is filled or not, that would still be current staff. So we are down a couple officers, but they are still included in current staff. Those vacancies are still there. So any additions would be increasing the number of police officers.
Right, and if I remember from the budget workshop, and folks can correct me if I'm misremembering, part of the sort of thought process from the chief, and definitely let me know if I'm not remembering this correctly, but we're already sort of overspending the budget on staffing because of overtime. So this was an attempt to add numbers to the unit to be able to not have to dip into overtime. But then as I was been thinking about it, one of the things that I brought up and I emailed to council was maybe more clarification on like how increasing the number of available spots is going to fix the problem of not having enough applicants.
Right.
So I don't know if we have more discussion on that.
In other words, how can we hire 2 more if we can't fill our open positions already?
Is that for me?
Yeah.
Okay. We are currently in the process of hiring people furiously right now. The civil service list just came out. We have 5 spots in a January academy. We are currently backgrounding 4 people for that. We have 2 spots and hopefully a 5th one for that spot. We have 2 spots in a February academy, should we need them, because we are anticipating more retirements as well. And we have 4 spots for an April academy. Right now, I will tell you, as of today,
There'll be plenty of spots.
we have spent $181,446 in just short shift overtime. That's just covering our minimum staffing requirements by the contract. And that's typically 3 people out on the road and 1 on the desk, or 4 people out on the road and 1 on the desk. That has nothing to do with DWI or Main Street details or anything. This is just covering the basic police officers out on the street to answer calls for citizens and to keep our city safe. By increasing the number of people we have, number one, it increases the amount of people available to answer calls because we are getting busier. But routinely, we're down 2 to 3 positions annually. And as I went through like the longevity schedule, there are several years in a row where we have 3 to 4 officers that all have, say, 12, 13, 14, 15 years on. Being short 3 to 4 people is not always uncommon for us, but it takes us a year to get people trained. By the time the civil service list comes out and we turn around and we do the hiring and the vetting process and get them through academy, bring them back for FTO and get them on the road. Like, we have 4 officers that are getting ready to go out on the road on their own. We hired them last March, early March, and they're just going to be going on the road. So there's a time period. So by increasing the number of patrol officers we have, we will eliminate these shortages to where we have to backfill for minimum staffing. And like I said, you're spending $181,446 right now, just paying shortages. And what that's causing is that's causing police officers to work 12 and 16-hour shifts. And many times they're forced shifts. They're shifts that people don't want. There is just too much coverage that is needed right now and not enough officers to do it. So we are hiring to fill shortages, but by increasing the number of people out there, we can get ahead of this shortage problem by having people in the academy. So if people continue to retire, and we have probably 15 people that can retire at any day that they desire. And if we have another group of people to retire, we got no backfill. This will create an ability to keep staffing there to where we are not continually paying this short shift overtime, forcing our officers to work dangerous and long hours. We all know fatigue is a tough thing. And when you're working 16 hours, you're not going to be making the decision you'd be making in the first, 2 or 3 hours or the first 8 hours. As time goes on,
Hey,
you're
Chief.
tired and you're fatigued.
Chief, I'm not sure that we're getting to, from what I understand from Sam's question, the question was about the number of people that are actually out there that can be hired.
Oh, I think he answered my question anyway. That was helpful.
Okay, but back to
My understanding.
the
We
question.
have people we can hire.
Okay.
We have people we can hire now that the civil service list is out.
And there's enough qualified applicants.
Yes.
I have a question, Mayor. I wasn't sure if I heard this correctly. So Chief, we currently have 5 positions that aren't filled, but you have filled them with people going into the police academy. Is that what you're telling us right now today?
We have 6 openings right now. We
6
have
openings.
4 patrol officers. Yeah. And we're going to fill those with people going to academy. There is 1 person that is pre-credentialed we're trying to get to, but civil service laws are prohibiting us from getting to that person.
So of those 6, 4 are going to be filled with patrol people we have going into the academy. And then the other 2, how are they going to be filled?
If we can get pre-credentialed people, there's 1 we're trying to reach right now, but according to civil service law, we have to reach people based upon their position on the list. If nothing else, we will be sending 6 people to academy.
Oh, okay, so we might be sending 6 people. Okay.
Yeah.
So
if
sort
we
of
have
what
to,
Sam was,
and
sort of what Sam was saying, I have the same kind of question. Adding 2 positions isn't going to help fill those 6 spots right now today. And going forward, if we're going to add 2 permanent positions to the police, then at some point you could be fully staffed at, I think it would be 47 instead of 45 or something like that. Is that, and then you're talking about a permanent additional cost of, I don't know, after a year, probably after benefits and salary and everything else, probably an officer is $80,000 or $90,000. So, after the first year or so, then that means that the budget is going to have to raise taxes close to 2% just to pay for those 2 positions. So I'm just trying to figure out how we're going to pay for this going forward if we create these permanent positions to the police department and people stop retiring or they whatever, and all of a sudden now you have these 2 extra officers. And that's my concern. And I guess that's the first thing I'll ask. How are we going to afford this?
well, we did some calculations earlier. We had it figured 3 officers was going to cost $190,000. Mac recalculated. There's other funds where certain things come out of, so he said 160,000 for 3 officers. And as I'm telling you right now, you're paying over that for short shift coverage only. So you're spending the money and you're truly fatiguing the officers that are working. And historically, like I've explained, we are never at full staff. I mean, we might be full staff for a few months or a year, but then people leave. The younger officers are far more migrant. They will move from department to department more easily than older officers like myself. But then we have retirements coming up. And as I said, several years in a row, I think it's 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Those years with that amount of time on, they all have 3 officers. So if 3 officers decide to leave in 3 years, you've got 3 vacancies. Then the next year, 3 decide to leave. You've got those vacancies, and then 3 after. I mean, there's got to be a stop to this hole in the dike where we keep losing people and forcing people to work overtime. My belief is that these 3 positions I wanted, and if it's 2, it's 2, they will be in training and be able to backfill as people leave. I don't anticipate us ever being at 47 for too long a period of time. And the bright side is, if we are at 47 for a period of time, that's far more proactive policing we can do to keep this city safe.
Well,
But I
we
don't think
also-
it's going to be a problem.
I don't know what I hear what you're saying, Chief. I'm just concerned about going forward, paying for this. And, you know, not for nothing, but we do have 1,600 fewer people in the city of Cortland than we did 10 years ago too. So, you know, it's not like our population is increasing here in the city. So is there any way we can say that, you know, I don't have a problem now, these 2 officers, because that might help you out a year from now. But we don't know for sure. People might decide they don't want to retire. You know, you're thinking these guys are going to retire, but there's nothing that says that they have to until they've actually done it. And so we're sort of rolling the dice here either way. Is there any way we can tie this to, you know, 45 is the maximum, so you don't go to 47? And we can
Well, that's
add
difficult to do, because then you put us back behind the 8 ball again, to where if we lose people, now it takes us a year to recoup them, and you're filling vacancies with time and a half. And I just don't think you constantly throwing money into time and a half, filling spots instead of filling straight time.
All right, Katie Silliman and then Jackie Chapman.
I'm all for having the police department fully staffed. And I would like to see the kind of community proactive policing that as a community we've kind of longed for. And I definitely want our police rested and making good decisions. I would like to see parking become a priority, and I understand why it is not, because there are more important things. And I think although we may have lost some people over the last few years, we've had crime go up too. And we have more serious kinds of crime, and we have drug issues, which even if you think some of those might be mental health problems rather than police problems, people call the police, and the police call the mental health people in. So I'm all for that. My concern is that it's going to become a union issue. And if we bump up 2 more people, then they're going to try and hold us to it when it comes contract time. And they're going to demand those 2 extra people. I think that you have this history, and you know that it's a problem, and we need to, as you say, plug the hole, plug the leak. And I would love for Cortland to become the kind of place where people want to stay and settle down and, you know, be part of that brotherhood that policing and fire departments can be, where people stay and invest their time and their, you know, raise their families here. That's the ideal. If history, if the future changes, and if we start to develop that as a council, I think we want to make sure that we don't lock in the future councils to maintaining a higher police force, especially if there isn't necessarily that same need for it.
You could always put a time frame on this and give the additional officers and reevaluate it in, say, 5 years. But I will tell you that not only is retirement a big problem, but lateral transfers to other agencies that are paying more money. They're working different shifts, and they have a lot less call activity. Bruce mentions the population decreasing. That really doesn't affect us. There is a small population that eats up the police time. They are repeat offenders. And I will tell you, our call volume is going through the roof. Violence is going through the roof. Mental health, drug addiction, domestic violence. These calls are all high priority calls. They are all 2-man, sometimes 3-man calls, to where you're tying up, you could tie up your entire police department at one call. And that's where the county comes in and backs us up. That's where the state police come in and back us up. It doesn't matter how many people are in this city. It matters about how many are using up the services. And it's a small population with bail reform. And right now we are running into a problem when we deal with mental health individuals or substance abuse individuals. We're running into a real roadblock of what do we do with them? They need help, but there's no help we can give them. We take them to Guthrie, and Guthrie is short on nurses. They're short on rooms, and this can take an hour to 2 hours sometimes to handle these calls. Meanwhile, who's protecting the city? Because when we call for help, I mean, there's a lot of services on paper, but when we call, there ain't bodies to come help us.
Yeah.
So it's all left in the police hands. So our guys are getting burned out, and I am fearful of young officers going places. We just got notice today, we might have another officer leaving for another agency, which will put us 7 down. And I know I've got 2 retirements in 2022. That'll put us 9 down.
Okay.
So Chief, in addition to this, have you given any thought then to hiring some social workers to help with the mental health issues you just talked about and the drug issues and that side of it to, free up some of our officers quicker? So
social workers is not my forte. I mean, we have DSS, we have county mental health, we have organizations out there for all of this. That's not the police problem. The police, everybody wants us to call all these other people. We're the only ones out there 24/7. Police and fire are the only ones out there 24/7. And, there are people that we can call, but sometimes it takes an hour. Crisis intervention, mobile crisis teams, they're not there 24/7. We call them, it may be an hour, 2 hours to get somebody to come help this person. What do you do with them in the meantime? And when we take them to the hospital, recently we had a situation where we took, a person that frequents our services, and we took them to the hospital, and they said, we have no room for them.
Paul, I'm going to ask you to,
So, I mean,
I get you're trying to get a point across, but I'm going to ask you to try to keep some of the issues. I get it, but we got to stay on point. I'm going to call on John Bennett.
Okay, over the last numerous weeks, I had put out to council in different emails some ideas as far as additional monies. Now, I did not fully explain because I was hoping somebody else on council might pick this up. It would not necessarily be in the budget for 2022, but does anybody right now off the top of their heads have an idea, and not you, Chief, and not you, Mayor, and not you, Mac, but does anybody on council right now, without having to look something up, know what is allocated for overtime in the police department next year? Okay, it is over $250,000, which will be used because of short staffs. Also, as officers get older, that overtime money that they receive is much higher. So my thinking was this: if we get 2 more officers in the pipeline, then come next year, next year's council, next year's mayor, and yes, you, Chief, looking into 2023 would have to reduce overtime, mainly because hopefully, and knock on wood, you would have a full staff. That is the long term. You have to think long term. Get the overtime reduced. What costs the city? Okay, $253,000 is budgeted next year. Okay, younger officers currently will not make as much as older officers. Okay? This is not an easy discussion, but I was hoping somebody else on council would pick that up, that maybe there's other ways to pay for that. And one of them is reducing the overtime. Now, again, I'm going to be gone. Somebody next year has to pick this up because I'm getting a little tired of being the one picking this up. No offense, but I am. I would suggest whoever is on council next year, that next year's budget going into 2023, reduce the overtime by $50,000 to $60,000, and the chief will know he has to make do with that. That's it.
Thank you, John.
Let's vote.
No, Bill had his hand up.
I've been a law enforcement for 35 years. I know Paul's been 37 years. When it comes to manpower, you're working shifts, 16-hour tours. It increases the liability, okay, to the city as to an officer out there, dangerous to the citizens, not only that, to the officer. Workman's comp issues increase. I said, so there are costs involved if you do not hire enough officers. There's a liability involved to the citizens of the city of Cortland. People make mistakes, and when you're tired, you make mistakes. So you got to think about that stuff. It's not just simple, oh, we'll just go, reduce the, we don't have to hire officers. There's a long-term effect to that. And I understand what Bruce is saying, but we also have to make sure we serve the citizens of the city of Cortland and do justice as to having enough officers out there.
So can we take something that Paul said and, because I agree with Katie, I agree, everybody's making good points here. There's not anybody I can say, well, geez, that's not a good point. In regards to overtime, we never know what that's going to be. That's going to be a best guess. I mean, you never know what event's going to happen, and you're going to have to call in officers. I don't care if you had 60 officers. My guess is that there are going to still be overtime. There's still going to be people that are sick and on vacation and injured, and events that you can't predict are going to happen. So to think that overtime is going to go away is in my way of thinking, is not accurate. And I don't think that you can do this for 60,000 plus, Paul, because you have salaries, and then you have benefits, and you have Social Security, you have uniform allowances and all that. It's going to be closer after a year or two to probably 80,000. And not that they don't deserve it. The people in the city deserve every penny our employees get. Is there a way we can put a cap on this, to try it for 3 years, so that in case, because Katie makes a good point, I could see 3 years from now, all of a sudden, no, you guys said 47 officers. We have to have 47 officers. And you could have, whereas you really, because you have everybody there, you're 45 plus the 2, and now you're talking about that extra expense. Is there a way we can, say, okay, we're going to do this for 3 years, and then they can re-examine it after 3 years and see if it's doing what we thought it would do? Is it helping out? Is it, is it solving the problem or not? If we're going to, I'm going to vote no, unless we can put some kind of, we'll try this for X number of years, so that if it's not working, we don't have to keep paying for those 2 officers in eternity, and the people of this community might not be able to afford that, because let's not forget, everything else is going to go up next year too.
Yeah.
Bruce, I do not believe in the police union contract that there is a minimum number like with the fire department.
Okay.
There isn't, but Katie makes a good point.
No, but
That
that's
But
helpful.
if there isn't in the contract, then that's something down the road that the city doesn't have to agree with.
We can revisit it at any time.
Yeah.
And we would just not fill a vacated position.
Yeah.
So I'm comforted by that. Yeah. And I'm willing to vote for 2 officers. I'm on board.
I think you need to have something in writing, though, because some people might not be here in 3 years, and people have short-term memories. We're talking about this now, but I can see that cropping up in negotiations. Hey, wait a minute, past practices, we have 47 officers. It's a past practice. We have to keep 47. There's a lot of complications to this once we go down that road, unless we have some things in writing. That's in my opinion.
Rick is taking notes.
Past practice is not an issue for me on what who we hire and how many we hire, because we haven't settled that on the CBA like we have on the fire side. So it's a short term. It doesn't really pass the smell test of past practice.
Okay,
Thank
Okay,
you.
Council, brief reminder, we do not have a contract settled. So, we've got a good estimate in terms of budgeting for next year in terms of salaries with the police union, but we've had discussions about what we've offered and we're not in agreement. So there will be an additional cost potentially coming next year if we go through arbitration.
Why couldn't we use the two officers as a bargaining chip?
Because we don't want to make it part of the CBA and consider it as a negotiating item.
Yeah, once you start doing that, Tom, as Rick just said.
No, I just threw it out there.
yeah,
And I threw it right back.
yeah.
so just to be clear then, Mayor, if we vote to approve this, it's not necessarily a permanent staffing of 47. That could be addressed. There's nothing in writing that says they have to have 47. So if in 3 years from now, people have stopped retiring and you have those two officers, then, you could in fact have layoffs. I mean, that probably wouldn't happen, but theoretically, there's nothing to commit to 47.
Well, you just don't fill vacancies when they occur
Right.
naturally. That's part of your budgeting process.
Okay. Okay. That answers my question.
All right, so we do not have a motion on the floor. We brought the topic of law enforcement and officer is up, but there is no formal proposal. Ask council if there is a recommendation that someone would like to make.
Is it already? Yes, I would like to recommend that we hire 2 more officers.
And I'll second that.
So a motion by Katie, second by Tom Michaels. Any further discussion?
Question, how does that impact, like, where do we put that in the budget and how much are we budgeting for these officers to add?
Chief Sandy.
Here, I can
As I
answer that.
stated,
Paul, I'll handle this one.
okay,
You'll be increasing personnel services by 37,672 to add, to go to a authorized force of 47 people. What's happening is in your current budget, in your proposed budget, you have 4 officers who are currently retired that are still in your budget at their full salary. You take them out, you replace them with new hires, you add 2. The net effect on your budget is 37,672.
Is there a way to then, and feel free to guide me if I'm not in the right direction here, but then can you say that money's going to come out of the overtime budget? Because that's sort of what we're trying to do. Is that not how that works?
I agree with everything said. I don't think you win when you bet on overtime. There is another way to cover this, and I think you're gonna get to it, and it's the taking the Parker School utility budget or line item out of the budget.
That's what I had allocated in my emails. Take the $60,000 out of the council line and allocate what you would be needed into the police budget line.
Excuse me. But if the question is how much is this going to impact your budget by in 2022, 37,672 to go to an authorized force of 47 people.
And that's also including all the benefit.
Yes, it is.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor.
I
And
seconded the motion.
there's a motion, there is support, further discussion. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I,
Opposed,
Aye.
Okay.
Titler and Adams against, so it's 6-2 in favor, correct?
No, I voted yes.
Oh,
I just
Seven-
was late.
7-1 in
You
favor.
answered my questions. Yeah, you guys answered my question in terms of how this could be handled in the future. It's up to future councils. So, I voted yes.
All right. Was
Thank you.
mentioned, John Bennett, do you want to follow up with your suggestion?
mhm.
Oh, about removing the 60,000 from the council line and reallocating that. What would be needed to help cover the cost of the 2 additional police and the police budget line? And
You said council line?
well, the $60,000 is for the Parker School utilities is in the council line.
Okay, so the Parker School utilities, that's what you're talking about.
Yes.
Okay, and 60 grand?
Yeah, that's 60,000 that's in there.
So your motion is to transfer that from the council line to the police personnel line.
To allocate what would be needed to help cover the 2 remaining, the hires of 2 additional officers. And then whatever is not needed would be taken out of the budget completely as a savings.
All right, there's a motion. Do we have support?
Support.
Katie Silliman, discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? All right, so it passes 8-0. There was one suggestion that I had made for council to consider. We have annually had an agreement with the town of Cortlandville through the Youth Bureau, where the Youth Bureau has been responsible for scheduling, organizing a lot of things with facilities in the town of Cortlandville. Back in 2017, the height of the dollar amount in terms of what the city received for compensation was $86,000. We saw that number reduced in 18 down into the 70s, and this current year it is $66,000. When I approached the town supervisor, the offer to the city was $40,000 for the first half of the year, and then let's see who's doing what. My suggestion to council, my offer to the town supervisor was a 5-year contract, starting at $80,000 the first year, next year, increasing by 2% each year, and it would involve all the facilities that have been overseen with the exception of Gutchess Park. So you go back to 2017, that's prior to the construction of Gutchess Park. 86,000 did not include Gutchess Park. When Gutchess Park was built, there was additional work and there was no increase. In actuality, there was a decrease. So more work, less money for that work. As I've said before, it would be irresponsible of me as a mayor to give to the next mayor a budget that does not balance, and to say 40,000, another decrease without a reciprocal decrease in work, I cannot support. So my recommendation to council, and I would ask for a motion to consider eliminating the contract entirely. So no revenue and no work as well. And to budget $80,000 due to an increase in anticipated sales tax revenue for 2022.
Mayor, you don't need the 40,000, the entire 80 in sales tax, because your preliminary budget that you're looking at right now only has $40,000 in revenue from Cortlandville. So if you take that out, you don't need the full 80,000 in sales tax.
All right, so the resolution, if it is supported, would be to negate the contract and then increase sales tax recommendation by 40,000.
Say that again, Mary, you lost me on that one.
Instead of increasing revenue for the Youth Bureau, taking it away from the contract, because there's 40,000 that is in the contract, that's what was budgeted. My recommendation is to eliminate that and go 40,000 from an increased and anticipated sales tax revenue.
Oh, okay.
which has been going steadily up as we all shop on Amazon. From our homes and the taxes come to the city. Would we be able to, I'll support that, Mayor. I'll put that forward and support that.
All
Do
right.
I have a second?
Is there a
What are
second?
we supporting now?
Sam Adams. So, Tom, the motion made by Katie Stillman and supported by Sam is eliminating the anticipated revenue of $40,000 from the town of Cortlandville and substituting an increase in terms of anticipated sales tax revenue. And taking away the revenue would also take away the work in terms of the agreement with the town of Cortlandville.
And should they reconsider the loss of the great value of John McNerney and want to reinstate a contract for considerably more, will, the next council may deign to hear their pleas.
I'm already hearing through the grapevine that there's things in the works.
Okay, we'll have to see it to believe it.
Let's
Let's
vote.
vote.
Further discussion? None? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 And opposed? Passes 7-1. Michael's against. Ladies and gentlemen, are there further discussion items or recommendations regarding the 2022 general fund budget?
It's almost 10 o'clock. I want to just say one thing. I'm not going to make a proposal. I just want to say that in our budget is a bonus for those city employees who worked at the height of the COVID crisis.
Katie, that is not in this budget. That was American Rescue money.
Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind. All I was going to say is be good to all the people who are working in service positions this holiday season. It's still really hard on people at the grocery, people working retail. Just be kind to people.
Mayor, can I recap what changes you've made to the budget tonight so I can get, I'm gonna try to get the budget done overnight. So if you can give me just a moment to recap.
I'm not sure if we're done.
Are you done?
I've got one other item to discuss.
Okay.
There was talk for an engineering study that Nick Dovey had proposed to look at stormwater runoff and flooding issues in my ward and Bill's ward. To be more specific, it's the Yangman Park area as well as the Kellogg Road area. Nick had requested 8,900 for a firm to look into some recommendations.
So I'll share with you, Tom, with the conclusion of the 2020 audit, we ended up in the positive, and my recommendation, what I was going to talk with you about, you had talked about the stormwater runoff, 8,900, and did you talk about trees as well?
Yeah, trees was another concern, that money's been depleted.
My recommendation to you is going to be looking at taking it out of what was received or where the city was in the black from the 2020 audit.
Moving it out of fund balance.
Huge dip.
That's what happened here.
So Tom, trees, how much?
Whatever we've been allotting before.
Can I make a recommendation of $20,000?
We can.
Do you want that money coming out of your special revenue line budget, or you want that coming out of your general fund budget for the trees? It generally comes out of your special revenue budget fund and doesn't impact the general fund.
That's fine.
My recommendation was the general fund, the special revenue. Where does the revenue come from for special revenue?
That's it. The leftover cigarette settlement money, there's about 110,000 in that fund. But you draw it down every year to fund your sidewalk program and to fund your trees and to fund a few other contributions such as the sports council.
Yep, and we've paid the
So
sports
that
council
doesn't
for that.
impact, that tree money does not impact your general fund.
Right, but we are under 100,000 in that because we did pay the sports council and we have been taking from that.
So you want 20,000 in the general fund for trees?
Tom, is that the motion? 20,000 general fund trees and then 8,900 to deal with stormwater runoff?
Yes.
So there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Bill Carpenter, discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. Any other discussion regarding budget? All right. Now, all those in favor of adopting the budget as amended, as discussed, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 8-0.
Mayor, can I?
Zach, I will type up what I have and share it with you.
Oh.
Let's not go through the list tonight. We've been through it. It's 10 o'clock. We still have some other items. So we're going to move on to agenda item number 27, discussion of a local law amending C2-9 holding multiple city offices presented. Rick.
Yeah, this was, this came up over the sort of the campaign season, and it sort of pointed out a problem we have. And the thought was that we really don't want to discourage city employees or even officers from participating, excuse me, in their local community. Sorry. For participating in their local community, so long as it doesn't have a conflict with the city of Cortland. God, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
So, so the local law was kind of ambiguous, and it was clearly pointed out and properly pointed out that it was ambiguous. I think we need to clear it up that really what we don't want is someone holding two city positions. So a council person shouldn't serve on the planning committee or the zoning board or any other of the commissions, so that there's a, there's
conflict,
overpower, I guess. But if someone wants to be the mayor of a small town in another community and doesn't conflict with us, that person ought to be able to participate in his community. So I think the language that I proposed does that. And I would encourage you to consider it. And if you do, we need to set a date for a public hearing on the change in the local law, because it is a change to the charter. Does anybody have any questions?
Pretty self-explanatory to me.
No, should have been done years ago. Actually, before you started, Rick, I had that discussion with Kelly 9 years ago. I can't even think of Kelly's last name now.
Alicerto.
Yes, and it just, again, never happened. No fault of anybody.
Can,
Well,
can
it
I
hasn't
make,
been an issue till now.
Yeah.
You know, the campaign season threw up some issues and we need to address it.
I'll throw out one suggestion, and that's that exceptions that people can serve on 2 boards if it is a combination of Youth Bureau, Public Works, Police, Fire, and or Wastewater. These are ones that sometimes we have a hard time getting people. Our Youth Bureau board is currently a little bit short. Know that the Public Works, there's times where we're a little short, and this would help make it a little easier to keep the numbers up. Rick?
There's an exception in the local law, if you read it, that says that if it's an unpaid position, which would include all of those boards.
Very good.
Yes, that, I was going to say that, not non-compensatory. So in other words, no pay. So.
But we just talked about possibly, oops,
We'll address that when we get to that.
okay.
All right, any further questions for Mr. Van Donsel?
So we should set up a public hearing then.
Correct.
The next meeting will be fine. The local law is drafted, so we should be fine.
Do we have to have more than one? Can we have the local hearing and vote on this next meeting? Okay, one. Good deal.
All right, further discussion? We're done with that one? All right, we had requests, executive session regarding contractual items. And these are personnel in nature. I'm going to ask for and there is the opportunity to potentially have action afterwards as requested by Mr. Beckwith. So I'll ask for an opportunity to adjourn into executive session. And John Bennett and then Sam Adams. All those in favor of adjourning into executive session, please say aye.
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 Who is going to be in the meeting?
I definitely need you.
Staff-wise.
Staff-wise, just you. We will be back as soon as I figure out how to join the meeting. Oh.
The heyday of malls, baby. The peak of malls, I think. All the malls.
You might want to mute, Kevin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Kevin. You might want to mute.
How's that?
No, I'm saying you might want to mute because we can hear everything in the background.
Mute, I'm sorry.
Need to remind myself to unmute myself. Close all rooms. We got everybody. One. Bill, Sam, Katie, Bruce, John, 4 and 5. All right, we'll entertain a motion to adjourn from executive session from John Bennett. And a second from, who was it?
I think it was me, Sam.
Sam, yes. All right, all those in favor of adjourn from executive session, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And I believe that we do have a item of business for the council. Would somebody want to make the motion, or would you like me to frame it?
I don't remember the exact dollar amount, so.
John, John Bennett, would you like to do it?
No, go ahead, frame it.
Okay, so this is with regard to the American Rescue Plan funds and allocation for city employees. So resolution is as follows. Resolution to allow city staff that worked during the pandemic, meaning March 1 through August of 2020, to receive a payment of $300 as a show of appreciation and gratitude from the city council. Motion by John Bennett. Second, Bill Carpenter. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. And I am certain that it will be received in the intent that it is sent, and that's that we are very grateful for the dedicated public servants who did a lot, potentially risked their personal health and well-being to make sure that the city continued to function at a high level, and we were able to provide many services despite the pandemic when it first hit us. Is there any further business to come before the council this evening? Hearing none, we'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Bill Carpenter, second. Bruce Tytler. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ladies and gentlemen, we are adjourned. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening. Be safe.
Thank you.